So, good morning, good
Hello.
afternoon, good evening, everyone from wherever you are in the world. I am Rachel from the Creative Contessa, and this is my friend and colleague Philip from Irish Medieval History. And we are excited to bring to you today the world of medieval Irish textiles and fashion as those two topics connect, but specifically things I've learned from the fantastic new publication, Textiles of Ireland. So, Philip, how are you doing this morning?
Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely over the news for the news that has come through the doors you know, of the history world in the last few hours. In Ireland, we have a new pottery find. It's a Roman find and it's a
Ooh,
full pot find. I've only found out about this in the last few hours, in the middle of the night, by the way. And my wife, the two of us were just like so excited at the possibility of what this means, because for a very long time, people argued and debated that Ireland was an isolated island that was completely cut off from the rest of the world. But now we're finding more and more finds in Ireland that are dated between the first century
mm,
AD all the way up to the fifth century AD, that shows that Ireland was connected with the wider world, which further supports the literature of the annals that are written at the time that show Ireland connected with Scotland, Pictland,
right.
and also with the Roman world as well, where they refer to the Romans as the kings of the world. And also they talk about Roman
Oh,
mercenaries that are in Ireland. This is talked about in the annals, but of course, when the annals mentioned it, people dismiss it as mythology. Oh, well, this is just mythology, this is all
right.
made up. However,
So
now we're getting
those annals that you're mentioning, when were they written? Or what are the
You see,
earliest
this is the
editions we have?
problem. You see, the annals aren't written until coming to the end of the Viking Age, right?
Right.
And even on top of that, they don't go into those further details until around the 17th century. So it's not until the
Right.
17th century that we have these, what was recorded earlier, rewritten in the 17th century.
Right.
Plus, if you have font and writing styles from the 17th century, it's even less believable again. So at least with the likes of the annals of Ulster and stuff, it's got like little paragraphs that are written in the font of the 5th century. However, when you have writing styles and font that's written from the 17th century, but it's writing about what happens in the 1st to the 5th century, it's less
Right.
believable. So this causes people just to turn around to this kind of literature and say, "Oh, well, this is mythology." The king of the world. That's just the magic fairy folk. It's not real.
They're not
Um,
referring to the people who were actually, for all intents and purposes, the king of that part of the world anyway for a good
mm,
long time. It's funny how often that happens, and it can be tricky because God knows there is mythological history. The Gerald of Wales writes about how Brutus comes from Troy and
mm,
founds Britain, in like 1500 BC, and we know that's not true. So
yeah.
that can really confuse. It makes it challenging to tease out the facts from the myth, right?
It does. But now we're getting solid finds on this. For anyone who's asking for the source there, because I see a few people looking for sources, and rightly so, go just quickly, because this is all brand new. This is just in the last few
Yeah,
hours.
you're getting breaking news right here with the Creative Contessa and Irish medieval
Yeah.
history.
Just type in, quickly go over to Google and just quickly type in, unless we can just, Creative Contessa can quickly find it on Google and put it onto the link. Just type in into Google Roman pot find in Ireland, and it
Yeah,
should pop up straight away on RTE News.
it,
Um,
it does.
it's yeah, yeah. So if Creative Contessa somehow can put that into the
Let me
link below, that would
see.
be
Let me
you're
see what
saying something.
magic I can do with some kind of screen share thing. Screen share.
Yeah,
This might get a little trippy for a moment, guys. Bear with me.
but
Okay.
what this on?
Can
Yeah.
are what are we seeing? Can we
Oh,
see it?
nice. Nice. That literally is the pot there. So that's
Okay.
the pot find
Okay.
there, right? And you think, oh, this is just a silly pot. What does this mean? Well, this shows that Ireland is trading with the Roman Empire, right? And if Ireland is trading with the
Excellent.
Roman Empire, that means Ireland is continuing its development. So the popular belief that people solidly believe in right now, if we would go to court, they would believe that Ireland isn't developing between the period of the first AD to the fifth AD. That, we're still running around with blue paint on, we're half naked. This is kind of the belief that people have, right?
Right.
But if we can show evidence that Ireland is trading with the wider world, it's trading with
Ooh,
Pictland,
look at
it's
those
trading.
beautiful
I
pots
know.
in the ground. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh yeah,
It's
look
so
at that.
exciting, like.
Oh, so you know what what excites me about pots? Pots are used for generally for foodstuffs, right? They're used for
Mm,
storing food, for cooking food. And so those are the objects that show us daily life. People get bound up in battles and dates, but that's not people. This is
mm,
people. Real people touched these. They left the oils of their hands in it. Maybe there could be food remnants in it if they do the proper kind of analysis, right?
mm.
This is a window back in time 2000 years ago. Oh my God. And that's so beautiful. That one on the right. Oh, she's so
But
gorgeous.
you hit the key note in the head, right? You said food finds. We're already getting food finds in there. There's a fig find from 2,000 years ago, right? So we're
Oh,
getting food finds
oh, there
inside
it is.
there.
You're right. Look at that.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
wow.
Um, so
And
this is
figs
this
do
is how
not
things
grow
are.
in Ireland. Ireland is not
Mm.
a fig place.
Do you know? So to turn around and we're getting to the point where the old argument sounds insane. To say that Ireland is not developing between the first AD to the fifth AD after this find is now completely insane. That's what
Right,
this find means. It's so important to me, us. And that's why I'm overexcited, because it no longer shows that the Irish are, isolated, we're stupid, we're ignorant,
right.
decide. No, this shows now we're connected to the wider world and we're no longer a part of this. Shane Kent is in our chat this morning. Thanks, Shane, for coming into us. And Shane is studying up in University College of Dublin. And I actually have a video with him from this weekend. And the two of us are elaborating on this. And we plan on doing more videos on what this find means. I'm really excited about this. And hopefully we can get even more money to do more archaeological research in that area. Because if you take an aerial photo, it looks like that whole area is a fortification. Oh, well,
Oh, yeah.
Shane Kent can correct me on that one.
For people who don't know, you can see subterranean structures from the air if there's
Mm,
grass, because it actually causes wherever humans have laid stone foundations or done, pounded earth, that kind of thing. It actually causes the whatever greenery is there, grass, whatever, to grow shorter in those
mm,
spots because the roots can't get as deep. And so you can actually see the outlines of buildings from the air if you can just get up in the air. So, yeah, you're right. Like in Germany, especially, there was, Roman archaeology all over the place that
mm,
if you went up into a tall hill, you could look down and just see it, you know?
mm. So hopefully we can get more funding into that area so we can get even more fines, because this really opens up the doors and is rewriting our history. This is changing history. And so you look at this pot at first, if you're unaware, you would think, oh, well, it's just a silly pot. Like, what else can we find out of this? No, this pot means so much to Irish history.
It, it,
So I'm
it
very,
really does. People think that history is set in stone, and it just
mm,
isn't, right? We are constantly finding new evidence like this. We're finding new
mm,
documents hidden in private libraries, artifacts in private collections. Did you hear news from the Bayeux Tapestry? Did you hear they may have found the last panel of the Bayeux Tapestry?
ooh,
Finally, and you're never going to guess. So most people don't realize, they think it's intact, but the last scene showing, the great finale to William the Conqueror's conquest is missing, and you can
mm,
tell it's missing because it's been hacked off. So I'm going to tell you when it probably went missing, and I want you to guess who probably had it. So it went missing sometime during World War II from
okay.
France. Who do you think probably had it?
Oh, you mean the Germans?
Yeah. So apparently
Oh,
a Nazi archaeologist had it in his collection and it's been rediscovered. And so it's now on its way to France to be analyzed and to possibly be restored if it needs it and reconnected. So stay tuned for that news, ladies and gentlemen.
oh, big time. Especially clothing. Like that's so important for us for the study of clothing and for warfare as well, because that tapestry that has so much indication of how warfare was fought at that period, and also all the clothing. Every single time I ask about, what
Yeah,
was it, 11th century clothing, they're just like, look at that tapestry straight away, because that has so much evidence of how people were dressing in that period and how they were wearing their riveted mail and armor. And it's a huge difference to
right.
how armor was worn in the 10th century, especially with that, because they have this kind of, you can correct me on this one, this kind of, oh, what's the word I'm looking for, square shape piece of armor that they can put around their neck and stuff to cover both the neck area and their face and stuff, and that can be seen in tapestry and stuff. So it's absolutely magnificent and amazing, like.
Right. Yeah, no, it's the Bayou. So I actually on my medieval sewing party yesterday, I actually asked if there would be interest in me doing a live stream like this. And actually, this might be good for you to join me, where we go through the Bayou, because there's a high definition, high resolution version of the Bayou Tapestry online. And
Mm,
my thought was we're going to go through the whole thing. I will talk about sewing techniques. I'll demonstrate some of the embroidery techniques. We can talk about the material, the the visual evidence for material culture, that because it is so rich, right? It's
mm,
everything. It's not just war. It's not just the objects of war. There's feasting depicting, there's, regular people depicting all kinds of levels of soldiers. There's cooking depicted, preparations for war, shipbuilding, right? There's horsemanship, tack, right? So my
mm.
thought was we could actually go and do a live tour, basically, of the Bayeux Tapestry, and we could combine our respective areas of expertise to talk about
Oh,
what it
big
is
time.
we're seeing. Yeah,
Yeah, because we're quite lucky as well. The Isles, just between Ireland and Scotland, has an entire chess piece. What was it?
you're
Oh
talking,
God,
you're talking about the Lewis chess pieces.
that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah,
And if you look at then the Tundle's vision, which is actually set where I'm from, Cork, it gives us the word Ridra, which is night, and which is really exciting from a linguistic perspective, because then you're like, oh wait, that word is from Sweden, and that's a Scandinavian connection, and then it shows that we have Scandinavian style nights in Cork in the 11th century, and it also fits in with the entire description and style of Tundle's vision, which fits in with the kind of Christian style of the period, because it's the period of the Crusades as well.
right,
And because Tundle's vision kind of fits in with the kind of repent for your sins style, and then with the thing of, oh, let's go to Jerusalem, let's go clean our sins.
right,
It fits in with this whole idea of a night. And also, if you have that thing of him dressing as the chess pieces of those knights, it gives us a very good idea that we have 11th century style knights in Cork.
right.
So yeah, I could definitely build up on that one easily. Which also reminds me as well, just to plug in for a second, that I'm actually starting my courses and stuff. Not next month, but the month afterwards, on the High Middle Ages. So if you want to know anything else on the Crusades in Ireland, definitely head over to my Patreon and just have a look at my courses there if you're interested in all that kinds of stuff.
Okay, so
Mhm.
yeah, exciting times. If any of you are interested, let us know in the live chat if you'd be interested in us doing a live tour of the Bayou, well, live digital tour of the Bayou Tapestry. Because people on my channel yesterday were super excited about it. So
Mm.
hopefully some of your peeps will also be interested, because I think that could be really fun to do together.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely, definitely.
Okay, so today we are here to discuss the textiles, this book actually, Textiles of Ireland, and
Mm.
we made the mistake of cleaning up yesterday, and I think the book got put away. But that's okay,
Oh
because
no.
I don't need the book in order to do this. I've got all my notes and all the visuals we need from it. So
Mm.
basically, many of you may know or not, but you're about to find out. It can be frustrating, extremely frustrating, to study medieval historical Irish fashion, and historical Irish textiles, because for whatever reason, and maybe it's a funding thing, the
Mm.
National Museum of Ireland, where a lot of these things are housed, has not published any kind of comprehensive catalogs. Their online collection is garbage. And
Okay.
that's me being kind.
Oh
Their website
no.
is a mess. Their website is a mess. And so they've got all of these amazing textiles. I know they have them because I've been to the National Museum of Ireland and I remember when some of them were on display. So I know they're there
Mm.
and you can find references to them, but you'll be damned if you can actually get visual access to them if you're not there in Ireland, right?
Mm.
So when, there's a couple of seminal works on medieval Irish fashion. And I do mean a couple. I don't mean like 10, I mean like 3.
Mm.
Um,
I
and
just
they're
love how the
not
comment section's agreeing with you.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's such crap.
Yeah.
So when a book like this comes along, this was published in 2024, Textiles of Ireland. When a book
Mm.
like this comes along, I, as a fashion historian, get super excited because I'm eager for any information I can find. And books like this, now often the information in a book like this, I don't mean this book specifically, but you've probably noticed this, that often you'll get a history book where the history itself is but the work cited is where it's at, right?
Mm.
The footnotes, it's in the footnotes. The footnotes is where the best information generally is.
Mm.
So I was really excited when I got this book to check out the footnotes, and indeed the footnotes are pretty good, except that a lot of the things are not digitally available. So again, I'm going to have to probably reach out to a librarian in Ireland and get them to like send me copies and hear me out on this of something that's on microfiche.
Mm.
Do any of you know what microfiche is? Do you remember microfiche?
I was about to say actually the person's up in the Dublin. Oh, Shane Kent literally just commented back. So Shane Kent might have the answer for you there. National Museum is a oh my god.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, I believe that that's why I'm not blaming them. I'm assuming it's underfunding, right?
Mm.
That is often the problem when you have a museum that has a great collection, but they can't put things on display. It's usually a question of funding. So,
Mm.
it's just frustrating. It is absolutely frustrating. And I'm sorry if that sounded judgmental, but as a fashion historian, it's like I know it's there. It's not, I know it's there. I've seen these things. I know that they have the Moy gown finds, for instance, which we're going to be discussing in a little bit.
Mm.
I know they have all of these things that could really cast real light. So when a book like Textiles of Ireland comes along, and I opened this book and I saw things I've never seen before anywhere on any
Mm.
website, in anyone's research papers. And it turns out that there is a reason because there was a scholar and you can see her name, Elizabeth Wincott Heckett. She was this scholar. She worked for the National Museum of Ireland. She published papers about the textiles that she was studying there,
Mm.
but they were published in very esoteric journals that only maybe 100 people in the world have read. And you have to have access to some very high level journal repositories, and I don't even know if they're available on Gestor, honestly.
Mm.
Yeah, so if you don't know they're there, you're not going to find them. So thankfully, one of her students, after she died, and apparently that was a recent event, God rest her soul,
Mm.
took some of, not all of her papers, even some of her papers on medieval Irish textiles, historical, not just medieval, on Irish textiles through history, and put them into
Mm.
this compendium. So my goal here today is absolutely not to present to you the entire book. The book is, she's thick. It's a thick book.
A
And
fine book.
I would like to encourage you all to either find it through interlibrary loan, uh, find a copy that has fallen off a truck somewhere, buy it if you can afford it, right? But I also wanted to share some really key, interesting findings as they pertain specifically to medieval Irish clothing. Because, when you think, Philip, when you think of medieval Irish clothing, what do you think? What are the first thoughts? Let's do some free association here to get us started.
Well, you could always take it from the pop history perspective of the typical tartan. I personally think of tartan pants, but I know most people in the comment section will think about the kilt right away. Also, on top of that as well, you always think of the typical tunic, and then the cloak on top of it with the big what was it, tara brooch and stuff. You always think
Right.
of, the pop history perspective. You never think of the development that's going in place. And as we were, shouting and screaming first thing this morning, it's the lack of evidence that's there in Ireland that shows and gives an opportunity to people to have this kind of pop history perspective.
Right.
I'm assuming right away this book is going to, probably chisel away and destroy my pop history perspective.
Destroy is a strong word, but I think it's going to enrich. And my hope is that today is going to enrich everyone greatly, because it enriched me for certain. And I didn't have, when you asked me, I don't know, 3 million years ago to do some videos on medieval Irish fashion, kind of focusing on the 14th, 15th centuries, I was going into it with some knowledge, but not anything like the knowledge I have now. So it's been a
Okay.
very exciting journey for me.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, so thank you for that.
You're
And
welcome.
so, but it was a frustrating journey because of what information was not available. So then this book pops up like a month ago. It comes across my feed, and I'm like, oh my God, I have to have this book. Please let it be a good book. So what this book has, what you actually answered exactly as I thought you would. You gave me shapes, right? You were thinking shapes. Everyone thinks of the silhouette. For example, the silhouette, the shapes of the people who are in your background, right? So people think about shapes, but so many people, when they think about clothing, they fail to appreciate the details.
Okay.
And so people think, well, either you have an entire extant garment from a bog body, or, we know nothing. But that's not true. You can have a 4-inch by 4-inch piece of wool, and that can tell you so much about fashion of the era from which that little tiny patch of wool comes. And so we're going to be discussing pieces like that today, because the Textiles of Ireland, for the medieval period anyway, doesn't really delve into. Unfortunately, she doesn't. I guess she may not have done a paper on the Moy gown, or it's just not included in this compendium. So we're going to be looking at what look like ridiculously tiny pieces of fabric, cords, what seems like random hair, and I'm going to use it to help paint for you a fuller picture of what people were putting on their bodies, how it was made, how it was produced, the dye stuffs went into it. So that's the other thing about pieces of fabric. They can tell us what the actual colors were, because we can analyze these scraps of fabric. We can do chromatography. We have a chemical test we can do to try to extract the dye stuffs and actually find out what kind of plants they were using. Because, any visual evidence you have, any artistic evidence, that's artistic license. You never know if the colors that are depicted represent actual clothing colors. But archaeology doesn't lie. Well, okay, archaeologists lie, but they can lie, absolutely.
Yeah.
But the items themselves don't.
Yeah. And just to be clear to the comment section there, the best way to access the original papers is just by this book. As you were saying earlier, it's very difficult to find this on JSTOR or anything
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. It's,
So
some of these, I haven't done like a article by article search to see if they're there, but when I have done searches for, academic papers on medieval Irish fashion or textiles or whatever, none of these came up. So my suspicion is that they're probably not in these digital formats, because they were published in these really esoteric journals a while ago, because we're talking the 80s. Like, and that's the crazy thing, is that this information isn't necessarily new per se, but it's new to us because it's new to this broader audience.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah.
Um,
So yeah.
yeah.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay, so
Yeah.
I wanted to just start. So I'm going to actually start with, I wanted to give you some sense of the shapes, the actual shapes of, and I'm not going to cover 2000 years, 1500 years of, or 1000 years of medieval Irish fashion, right? I'm trying to focus on like the 12th through the 15th century, because her book covers like 3000 years of Irish fashion, of Irish textiles. If you're interested in ancient Irish textiles, she has some really great articles on that too. But we have a limited, my lifespan is limited, so I wanted to keep this presentation contained. to some
Yeah.
very specific topics. But I will say that if you are interested in ancient Irish textiles, ancient Irish fashion, early medieval textiles and fashion, and cloth and clothing production, this book has you covered. Yeah.
Mm,
And again, this is not a how-to book. It's not a here are all the layers, here's how people dressed. It focuses on textiles and how those relate to clothing. It
mm,
and also not all clothing. You're going to see we've got some interesting textiles that aren't clothing at all, but that also are reflect the reality of medieval material culture in Ireland. So
mm.
yeah. So what we have here, this raggedy looking garment we have here, do you know what that is? Do you recognize that, Philip?
I'm reckoning this is the what's left of the find up in Clare, the Moyne find, isn't it? I'm
Yes,
assuming.
exactly. Yep, exactly. This is the Moy gown. And it's pretty amazing. I remember when this was first published, the
Mm,
news about this first hit it's been a while, like 20 years ago or longer. But it was so exciting for all of us in the medieval world, not just people interested in medieval Ireland, because we don't have very many fitted garments from the 14th century. And this dates
mm,
most likely to the 14th, possibly 15th century. But we don't have many garments from anywhere in Europe from this era. We just don't. That
mm,
they get upcycled, right? The life cycle of fabric in the Middle Ages is circular generally. It once it can no longer be downsized or resized or upsized, it either gets made into pouches or used for stuffing walls or turned into rag paper or made into cloths for wrapping relics, right? So it's so hard to find garments still even vaguely intact. So thank
mm.
God for bog bodies. I'm so glad that people in Ireland regularly fell into bogs wearing their clothing. So,
um, yeah, yeah.
I,
I'm glad for the finds. Maybe not for the family, but I'm glad
yeah,
for
I
the
mean,
finds.
I'm sad for them, but thankfully, at least they picked a good place for their final resting spot.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And
Um,
places with bogs have statistically more finds, more extant garments than places without bogs. Northern, Denmark with all of its bogs, they're always finding bodies with nice intact clothing on them. So
mm,
yeah,
mm, mm.
I'm grateful for those people as well.
Now, if they could have more books, that would also be really, really nice because we're missing a lot of sagas and books in Ireland as well. So hopefully, more bog bodies with books would
Oh,
be absolutely amazing as
Oh,
well.
so I didn't include that in this, but Medieval Textiles of Ireland, excuse me, Textiles of Ireland, the book,
Mm.
has actually a revolutionary find, a book I've never heard of. Um, and it was a bog find.
Okay, 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 okay.
Yeah, and it's really well preserved. There's an article on that too. I haven't yet read the whole article, but as I was skimming that, I'm like, why is there an illuminated manuscript in this book on textiles? Well, because it's vellum, and vellum is a material that humans make, right? So
Okay.
and the book still had its like book binding even. So yes, apparently, Philip, they do find books in box.
Okay, I won't. It really goes to show how much the Irish love their books. There was a feud I was reading yesterday. It's a book that no longer exists, and it was fought between. I think somebody's going to correct me in the comment section about this, but I think it was the feud between the O'Rourke's and the O'Donnells. Somebody's going to correct me on that one. And they were fighting over part two of a book of the Book of Invasions. That book no longer exists, by the way. But it highlights the fact of how important books were in Ireland. The fact
Right.
that they would get into a feud, and as a way of compensating, they would use the book to compensate between each other. So it highlights the high status and how important books were in Ireland.
Oh,
And
yeah.
also, you can see that with the Book of Kells as well. So instead of like building big, massive monuments and stuff, the Irish would spend most of their time focusing on creating these insanely magnificent books that thankfully people decided it was a great idea to burn and destroy. Wasn't that a wonderful idea?
It's, every time throughout history when there's a book burning, it makes me cry. Like the bonfire of the vanities in Italy, when Savonarola at the end of the 15th century takes over Florence, and he's like, burn all your art, and people are tossing their ghirlandaio's, their Botticellis, their books, everything into this fire. And I'm like, oh my God, did you really do that? Can you imagine?
Yes.
Imagine what we've lost through crap like that. And then the accidental archival burnings, the accidental library burnings, the intentional Baghdad library being set on fire by the Mongols. I'm like, oh, come on, guys, really? Did you have to do that? No, you didn't,
I'm
clearly.
sure it won't have a negative impact on history.
No,
I'm
not at all.
sure it won't get a civilization that was considered the peak of civilization, you know, having its own golden age, suddenly referred to as the savages of Europe. I'm sure that would
Right.
never
No,
happen,
no,
you
never
know?
happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got a question from Ryan O'Malley. Thank you for the question, Ryan. It's a really good one. So this is back when I was talking about details. He said, when you say focusing on detail, would an example be noting the weave patterns such as herringbone, etc.? Yes, that is
Mm,
exactly the kind of details we're going to be getting into today, Ryan. I'm going to be talking
nice.
about, and we're going to get some technical. Philip's going to get an education in cloth production today, I think.
The very thing I'm
um,
terrible at, I can actually get into details with.
Yeah, so you're actually going to learn some details. And then there's a question: what was the clothing style of medieval Ulster and the Dalriada region?
Oh,
Um,
Dalriada is Ulster
so
as well.
so
It's up in that
so
area.
medieval is I'm going to encourage people to not say medieval and pick a century, please, because the Middle Ages Ireland is a culturally rich place, and they like their swag and their fashion and their bling, and they definitely fashions change over time in Ireland, 1 million
Mm.
percent. So what people are wearing in 9th century Ulster is absolutely not what they're wearing in 14th century Ulster. So so yeah, Free Palestine, if you could narrow it down to a century or two, that could probably be more helpful. But yeah,
Just to clarify, I'm assuming you're talking about the comment section is talking about the 5th century up to around the 8th century. I'm assuming that's what you're looking for clothing wise. Which I don't think we have too many finds from around the fifth
we
century
don't.
to around the
No,
10th century.
Ulster,
We,
which is crazy. Ulster is the thriving
mm,
city. You would think.
yeah,
And let me rephrase that. I haven't found finds from Ulster. There may be
mm,
papers out there on finds from Ulster that haven't been
mm.
published in a way that's easily accessible for people not in Ulster.
Because the closest we have is the Book of Kells, and the Book of
Right.
Kells indicate that we're getting a influence. Obviously, its own style, but if you look at the Book of Kells, it gives us an indication that we're heavily influenced by, you know, the Byzantine Empire, the Eastern
Right.
Roman Empire, and also by Charlemagne's court as well. So I'm assuming the style of clothing between the 5th to the 8th century is very much of that kind of Byzantine style, kind of like this. I'm assuming, you
Right.
know.
Yeah, I would
Um,
that would be my understanding as well, that it's
mm,
basically you've got tunics in layers, and one of the bottom one against, if you read the epics, the epics and the annals from this era, and the poems, the great epic poems that kind of cover this era, which they tend to post-date the
mm,
era but talk about the era. So how accurate they are for what people are actually wearing in the 5th through 8th century is questionable, but I'm pretty certain we've
mm,
got
mm,
probably a
mm,
linen tunic against our skin. That would be the lena in that era. Then
mm,
you've got some kind of wool tunic over top of that, possibly silk, depending on your status, right? And you've probably at this point
big
is
time.
probably still trousers. They haven't switched over to hosen
Yeah.
yet. And you've got different kinds of leather footwear, turn shoe, so not solid soled, based on there are some leather shoe finds from this era.
Mm,
Yeah. But it can be really hard to get the details because I'd have to look at the best spot, Book of Kells, but there might be some crosses, right? There might be
mm.
some of those massive stone monolithic
There
crosses
is.
from that part of the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is images of a few of them because it's bloody slabs. I did a short on this a while back. I don't know who here has seen it or not, and it did the whole island is bloody covered in cross
Right.
slabs. But we get a few cross slabs that are depicting stories between that period of 5th century to 8th century. Those cross slabs would try to depict Jesus in particular and the crucifixion of Jesus, but it's taken from an Irish perspective.
Right.
So he's going to have clothing from an Irish perspective of the Eastern Roman Empire and an
Right.
Irish perspective of Charlemagne's empire as well.
Yeah.
which gives us an indication that the Irish, and you can see that with the Book of Kells, is that these clothings are coming in, and the Irish are trying to look, as Christian and as hip as the rest of Europe. So when this
Right.
clothing comes in, they'll try to put it together and try to make it look like, what the rest of Europe is trying to do. And so it
Right.
has this kind of Hiberno, Charlemagne, Byzantine style that's going on, from my interpretation of the Book of Kells.
Yeah. But today we're not going to be focusing on first millennium. That's not the focus of today's thing.
Mm,
Because that's not my the first millennium is not my period of expertise. I mean, I've explored it because I'm just a generally curious person, but today we're focusing on 12th through 15th century. So if
mm,
you can, guys, try to keep your questions limited to that. Okay, so the Moy gown. The Moy gown is revolutionary, not just for Ireland, but for Europe, because it shows some amazing tailoring techniques. So if you look up here, look at you've got the front and the back. The front is the on the left, the back is on the right. And it's incomplete. We don't know how long this gown actually was, because it's very clearly missing the bottom lots,
mm,
based on the raggedy edge on the bottom that doesn't even have a hint of hemming about it.
mm,
So, we don't know if it went to the ground. We don't know if it went longer than the ground. We don't know if it was a mid calf, right? But the construction is what's amazing. This thing is so complex from a
mm,
tailoring point of view, from a sartorial perspective, super sophisticated tailoring. So in the front, you've got different pieces to build. If you look on the left, the sleeve remnant that's on the left, there's a little triangular inset kind of here. That's a gore that will, and the way the arm's eye is cut like this to kind of curve around the shoulder muscle there, where your arm sort of naturally bends, right? That's going to give this wearer full mobility and yet allow her to have a beautifully shaped arm's eye. So not baggy. It's going to fit like
mm.
this basically,
Ooh,
but it's going to
nicely
give her
tied.
full mobility. And then on the back, you see this super deep arm's eye. So the
Mm,
way those two pieces kind of come in over her shoulder blades, and if you think about where those seams are, those are your shoulder blades, right? So
mm,
this seam, this arm's eye, the arm's eye is this part, right? You might think of it as the eye of the arm, but that's actually not what it linguistically means. Anyway, um, that actually follows the curve of your shoulder blades and that musculature. So it's not cutting across your muscles. It's actually contouring to your muscles. And because of those deep gores, the gore is the sort of square triangular inserts. Because of those gores, you can have that fitted shape, full mobility. This woman would have been able to raise her arms straight up more easily than I can and not have any pull here. Like,
mm,
yeah, exactly. So, and this is the same kind of arm's eye. We see this almost exact same arm's eye from 15th century finds from Austria, right? From a castle in remote Austria. We see this exact same arm's eye on pieces that are about as well preserved, where it's only like down to the waist, but we have a complete idea about what's going on in the arm's eye. So this was revolutionary because it told us that here is a way we can tailor these dresses that we're seeing in these paintings and illuminations and sculptures, right? And
mm.
get the look, that painted on look, where it looks like it's just this smooth line, right? And you think, oh, it's artistic license. No, it's not. It's actually possible. And they were doing it in Ireland in the 14th and the 15th century.
What you're talking here about, Rachel, is undermining this whole attitude, because this is a find from Clare, which means
It
it's
is.
under O'Brien territory, and it undermines the argument that Ireland is a backwards territory, that these were savage clans that could barely put two and two together. So when you're talking about a very advanced form of stitching, is that the correct way to
Yes,
put it on?
tailoring.
Yeah, a very advanced way of tailoring, which has connections with Austria. That definitely goes against the pop history idea of a bunch of isolated clansmen that can barely, stitch anything together, that are running around in kilts. And now you have women with advanced forms of tailoring. Like,
Right.
what the
Yeah.
hell?
And you can see it's fitted, right? Like
Mm,
it's to her torso, right? 100%. And it also cleverly maximizes the use of fabric. Fabric in the Middle Ages, crazy expensive, right? Because it's
mm,
hand produced, and the materials from everything is handmade. And so the production costs alone are insane. So you don't want to waste a single scrap. And so with
mm,
all of these pieces aren't just structural, they're conservative in terms of conserving the fabric. And so, to widen the skirts, you've got these gores. Those are, again, the triangles are called gores, right? So
mm,
from her waist down, and buttons. So if you look on the front, the thing on the left, you can see the buttonholes, right?
mm,
Buttons are an innovation. Buttons as a closure, right? People think we've been
mm,
using buttons to close garments forever in the world, maybe in other parts of the world, but not the West.
mm, mm,
We don't see buttons as a form of closure until the end of the 13th century, and that starts in Spain. That's the
mm,
earliest evidence we have of that. End of the 13th century. So here we are in 14th century Ireland, and we already have a woman in this beautifully tailored, fitted garment with buttons,
mm.
right? So yeah, I know everyone wants to imagine, this wild Irish woman running around in nothing but a brat, but I hate to tell you this, that's not what it was.
Yeah, yeah. Or the fact that we have women with barely, yeah, as you said there, barely developed dress on, with just a tartan cloak on, and a man next door just with a tartan kilt on.
Right.
It's definitely going away from that perspective that we're actually dealing with a, ooh, what, like, I even hesitate to use the word Anglo-Irish clothing and stuff, and I know that's probably the best way that people are describing it in the 14th to 15th century, but it's definitely influenced by the mainland Europe. Like, we can see, like, does this indicate, as I've been saying and talking about other people, we can see the kind of French Burgundy influences, but
Right.
you are also saying that this has an Austrian influence inside here, which for me is just like, what the hell? What's an Austrian influence doing in here?
So
Like,
yeah, so
what?
it's not, the shape is different. So the one from the 15th century, the arm's eye is the same. The idea of the really deep scapular cut is the same, but the rest
Yeah.
of the shaping is slightly different. But that technology, that really advanced tailoring it's
Mm,
everywhere, right? It's yeah.
yeah.
So we had a question: was the moygown worn by a woman or a man? They're 99% certain it was a woman because it was found with a
Yeah.
woman's body.
Well, there you go. That kills it straight. Like, because we do, like, don't get me wrong. I know people are very hesitant around, what was it, trans history right now and everything. But we do actually have indications in early medieval literature of men and women putting on each other's clothing and then identifying with the opposite sex. So where in other places you could hesitate about trans history and stuff, in Ireland, because we have early medieval history indicating to people dressing in different clothing and stuff, and then society's interpretation of that, we could then vouch that and say that, although negatively looked upon, it wasn't like, oh yeah, let's go and dress up as women and stuff. We do have men in the late medieval period putting on women's clothing. Although frowned upon, it is possible that you would have had a man that would have dressed as a woman and went into society and stuff. So when somebody turns around and says, okay, did a man dress in this? It does kind of kill the nail on the head that
Right.
this was a woman's outfit. So
Well,
I yeah, it's a fair question to ask.
no, absolutely. Now, if so,
Mm,
a couple of things. The shaping is more for a woman's form, the
mm,
narrowing of the waist, the hips. And yes, men's clothing in mainland Europe, and actually visually also for certain in certain parts of Ireland where I do have visuals of what men were wearing in the 14th century, they do have what's called a chalice shape, but it's this
mm,
pigeon chested thing, and it's not, the hips are very narrow, right, on the man's
mm,
silhouette,
mm,
whereas on the women it flares out like that. So I'm pretty certain this is, even though men were definitely tight lacing, tight buttoning in
mm,
fashionable circles in the second half of the 14th century. The way this is fitted is woman fitted, not man fitted, right?
mm,
So
mm, mm,
that, combined with the fact that it was found with a woman's body, tells me that it was a woman's gown.
mm,
But we
mm,
do have, from mainland Europe, we have the Char de Bois Pourpoint, for those who are familiar with that extant garment, and I didn't think to include that as a reference. But
mm,
the arm's eye, this arm's eye, this big huge armhole is called a grande assiette sleeve.
Mm,
And that's because it's like this massive thing. We have a Charles de Blois had a pourpoint with almost a very, very similar super deep arm's eye. And the same thing for the same reason, gives you complete
mm,
flexibility to be able to slice off someone's head. Yeah.
mm.
Um, let's see. What did they use before they had buttons? And then we're going to have to deal with some stuff. So first, what did they use before they had buttons? So buttons, before buttons, there was, if you had a fitted garment, there was lacing, generally. And then
Mm,
depending on where you are in Europe and what influence you are, the Norse also had some influence from the East, right? Because they had all their settlements over in what's now Russia. And so they were
yeah.
actually taking influence from the steppe fashions of the steppes people that they were encountering there. And
Yeah.
so they had caftans also, which could have frog closures. There were also some metal hook, like really decorative metal hook closures where, there's an eyelet on one side and a hook on the other.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. Because I do wonder on top of that then how that would have influenced Dublin because, that's why Claire Downham right now is arguing that Dublin was an economic golden age because of its connection from Dublin to Norway, Norway to Sweden, Sweden then to Kiev,
absolutely.
Kiev then down straight into the Byzantine
Well, straight,
Empire.
straight, straight to Constantinople, right?
Yeah,
Straight down the
that's the
Dnepro.
one.
Yeah,
So yeah, I do. I definitely, if that's the case, then definitely Dublin. Hopefully, we find something like that in the future, clothing wise.
yeah.
Um, what was it called? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, so that's definitely quite interesting. All right. What else does the dress indicate?
So I unfortunately, thank you, National Museum of Ireland. I wasn't able to get into some of the real details, like the weave of the fabric of the Moy gown and all that. But because it's not covered in this book. And I did want to focus on the
Mm,
book, but because she didn't actually talk about the Moy gown at all, I did want to put that out there because I knew people were going to ask me, well, how did these things look? Well, here's an example of the shape. And now we're going to get into the kinds of textiles that could be used to create this shape for certain.
mm,
So yeah, I mean, the garment also, I did read, it also shows that it was worn. They're worn on a person. There are patches. It shows signs of repairs. You can see kind of those indicated at the top of the gore there, where the V meets the dress there. Yeah,
mm.
but let me move on. My poor mouse doesn't really work anymore. I've dropped this laptop too many times.
Oh, stop. My laptop's on the way out as well, especially with the heat now. My laptop's perfectly fine working in Ireland, but over here with the Okinawan heat, it's always heating up. Like this is early hours of the morning. This is 7 o'clock in Okinawa, so it's grand to be working here. But I couldn't do the same live stream about 11 o'clock over in Okinawa, or this would heat up and just go on fire in front of me.
Right.
So you just do me a cut, like I'm not even kidding. Like I tried doing all that stuff what was it a few years back in Okinawa, and laptop wasn't having it. It was going like 1,000 miles an hour, and then it would just start smoking up, and it was like, oh,
Oh
Jesus
my
Christ, off,
God.
off, off. Yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so linen. So some of the overview textiles that they have found, that are contained in this compendium anyway, in the Textiles of Ireland, linen,
Mm,
silk, and wool. I didn't read anything, at least from the 12th through 15th century period. That's what we're going to be talking about today. I'd be
mm,
shocked if they didn't also have hemp, but it's not covered in this book. But what
mm,
is covered, I learned some amazing things. So on the left there, so we're going to talk about linen production because Ireland actually had a thriving medieval linen production or linen industry and exported linen, right?
mm.
So I'm gonna just give you a little overview about linen production so that you can understand the textiles we're going to be talking about. So what we have on the left, what the picture on the left, when you look at that, what do you think those lumps of rock are? What do they look like to you?
Um, really, really fancy rocks. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
That-
fair. That's fair. So those really, really fancy rocks are Neolithic axe heads.
oh,
Okay.
nice.
So what your question should probably be, Rachel, why on earth are you talking about Neolithic axe heads?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So this is a classic case of reduce, reuse, recycle.
Mm,
Medieval people found these. They found, these things aren't hard to find. You dig a foundation for a home, and they come out of the ground. And
mm,
apparently, starting as early as the first millennium,
mm.
people in Ireland were using these. They were reusing them for linen production. They were
Yeah.
using them as linen smoothers. And apparently in Ireland, they continued using Neolithic axe heads as linen smoothers up until the end of the 19th century.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
I love the fact that we have all this fancy garments in Ireland and all this fancy clothing going on, but at the same time we have bog trotters running around with what was it, Bronze Age shoes, and now also using Bronze Age, well, even Bronze Age, Neolithic
Neolithic.
axe heads as the yeah to go and do living clothing and stuff, and I'm just like, what? Like
What is
Ireland,
going
what are
on
you
here,
doing?
right?
I'm
Yeah, I
trying
could.
to argue that we're modern here, and you're doing this to me.
But what could be more modern than
Yeah.
sustainable living? I mean, really.
Well, that's
Like what
also very
what
true.
what could be more modern than that? So
Mm,
so yeah, so those Neolithic axe heads are used for smoothing linen, and they
mm,
can be used during the actual weaving process. So
mm,
when you are weaving, there's a lot of friction, right? You can imagine threads being, pulling and rubbing against each other from the weaving process. And so part of the process of weaving linen historically was to actually take a smoother and smooth the threads as you're weaving. But
mm,
these can also be used afterwards to iron your linen, because irons are actually, heated irons are a relatively recent invention.
mm,
And so you would actually take these smoothers and you can use it to smooth your linen and make it shine, actually polish your linen so that it gets a sheen.
mm. Oh,
So,
that's a good question of Susan there. What did the 12th to 15th century looms look like? Size, garment, and is that welt at the end?
I think
Wait,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, so there's a 12th, by the 12th century, they had horizontal looms. In the first millennium, they're
Mm,
still using warp weighted looms, not loons. We're not using birds to weave our fabric. So a warp weighted means you basically have like this rectangular frame, and the
mm,
warp are the threads that go the length of fabric, and the weft is what you weave back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? So
mm, mm,
warp
mm,
weighted means that you have the warp hanging and there are rocks on the bottom of it, basically, or it could be something fancier, but usually it's just rocks. And that
mm,
holds the warp, that tensions the warp through gravity. And then you work standing up and weave down, basically, right? So that's a warp weighted loom. And you're relatively limited in the length you can produce. I mean, you can hypothetically wrap lots and lots and lots and lots of thread around your warp weights, but you're going to probably get frustrated eventually.
mm, mm, mm,
Um, but the horizontal loom is revolutionary because it allows us to suddenly produce longer lengths with a lot less fuss, and you can get, a lot more complicated. But so they were horizontal looms, Susan. They were horizontal looms. How they looked, depending on the century, we don't necessarily know so much how they looked in the earlier period, because we don't necessarily have great visual representations of them. But we know they
mm.
were horizontal, and I'm going to tell you why we know they were horizontal in a moment, because that's part of our archaeological exploration of the textiles of Ireland. And these are the details I was talking about, that people who want to make clothing or study historical fashion forget the production of the fabric, and what archaeology can tell us about that, and how that can inform what we know about the fabrics they made. Um, so um, One of the things they find, when in Waterford specifically, they do excavations. Whenever you have to build something new in most places in Europe, you have to commission an archaeological survey, for those who don't know.
Mm.
Um, and because you have to know what it is you're about to destroy before you destroy it by building this new thing. And in Waterford,
Oh,
they
geez.
conducted some of these surveys. No knitted fabrics. Sorry, knitted fabrics don't crop up until the in well, okay. There are there's some null binding. There's some examples of null binding from the first millennium, but then knitting seems to go away, and then it
Mm,
comes back like at the end of the 15th century. Yeah. At least in clothing,
mm,
at least for clothing. Anyway, back to linen production. So in Waterford, they have found, they have buildings where the floor of the building is not at
mhm.
entry level, right? You walk in and you actually have to step down a couple of
Yeah.
steps. And this is actually crucial for linen production because by having that low down, the lower area is more humid and it's cooler. And apparently that is key for linen production, because if it's dry when you're working with linen, the linen actually like it dries out and it frays and it breaks. So you want humid conditions. And what they find in those spaces in Waterford, they have found post holes in the ground that really, really indicate where a horizontal loom was probably positioned, like it was sunk into the
Mm,
ground and put there so that you could have these good human conditions. And we're talking the 12th century.
mm,
So
mm.
as of the 12th century, they are producing linen most likely on horizontal looms in Waterford. And they
That's
also
absolutely amazing.
found other post holes that would be indicative of scutching. And so that gentleman on the right there, that living historian, he is doing the process of scutching. Scutching is the process in linen. Do you know what linen is? What flax is? Like,
Oh, no, you've caught me off guard.
I mean, do you know,
Um,
mineral, plant, animal?
yeah, yeah, yeah. God, I don't know.
So linen is flax. It comes from the flax plant, and flax is a plant.
Mm,
It's a grass. It's a big grass.
mm,
Like wheat, it's a grass. And
mm,
like
mm,
wheat, like any grass, it has trying to think of the word to use, an exterior that's tough, right? And so you
mm,
have to strip the exterior, and inside that exterior are your linen fibers, are your flax fibers, right? So the process of scutching, what that guy's doing there, is the process of removing that hard exterior and getting the fibers out. And so you can see he's using a scutching post. And they actually
mm,
find impressions of these scutching posts in these homes in Waterford that have the sunken floors, that it just all these indications together. And they've actually found in one of them, they found a weaver's pommel, which is
mm,
specifically a thing you use as part of the process of beating the pattern down when you're weaving. You want to actually beat the pattern down. So they're
mm.
pretty certain that as of 12th century in Waterford, they're producing linen.
Which doesn't actually come as a surprise to me, because Waterford at the time, because it was a Hiberno-Scandinavian settlement in Dumdown, talking a Viking settlement, but it's not just a Viking settlement, it's a Viking settlement that's really thriving at this point, because if you don't know where Waterford is, it's on the southwest of the island of Ireland,
Right.
and it's very much connected throughout the entirety of the medieval era, very much connected between what's happening in Brittany and France, and also Wales, Cornwall, and also various other spots in England, and also over to Scotland. And also, we have, because they're building St. Olaf's Church in the centre of Waterford in this specific time, it's heavily indicated that many men from Waterford are over in Norway fighting with King Olaf at the time, and also the death of Olaf, obviously. Because St. Olaf's Church first appears in Waterford before it pops up in Norway, it heavily indicates that the men of Waterford were very much connected with Norway at the time, which also supports the style of fashion that we can see in Waterford, which is the
Hmm.
Hiberno-Scandinavian
Right.
fashion. So for me, I know a lot of people do have the pop history interpretation of Waterford being, the Celtic area where everyone has kilts. But at the time, we actually have an insane amount of evidence to show that Waterford was highly advanced, not just at this period, but throughout the entirety of the medieval era,
Right.
because of loads of overwhelming evidence that we can find in Waterford. And if you want like a really amazing place to go, tourism wise, a lot of places I would turn around and say, God, the tourism here is so underfunded. It's terrible. Waterford, on the other hand, has just the best council ever, in the world. So Waterford is very much heavily funded, especially to do with its tourism, to do with medieval history. So, and it has a museum dedicated just to Waterford
Yeah.
medieval history. So definitely go down to that.
The Waterford Museum actually came onto my radar because of my research into medieval Irish fashion. So yeah, that's
Mm,
my opinion as well. They're amazing. Waterford is
yeah.
amazing. I love Waterford. so much.
It's the complete opposite to what you see in a lot of other councils, which I could easily bloody
Yeah,
bitch about all
it's like
day.
the polar opposite of Dublin, right? It's like
Yes, yes. I wasn't going to name names, but yes,
I
yes,
will.
yes, yes.
um,
And
um, we,
I
we we have a couple of questions. When did Susan asked, when did looms that allowed the weaver to sit while weaving? I assume, when did they start? Was that a type of loom from the East? So, Susan, I am not an expert in the history of weaving. So I actually am not certain when horizontal looms uh, were first invented, and where they came from. Generally my assumption is technology flows east to west um, for the earlier Middle Ages. So my assumption would be that, but that would be a complete assumption on my part. When did Waterford start blowing glass? I have no idea
Oh
about the
God,
glass blowing
we'd be
industry
looking
in
at
Waterford.
Shane. Shane, are you still there in the comment section?
Okay, but if we could try to focus questions on textiles today, guys, we're barely even 4 slides into a 26 slide presentation.
Yes, we've been in this for an hour.
Right. Okay. So, what does that? What? Let's do a Rorschach test. What do you see in front of you on this slide, Philip?
Is that a human foot? It's definitely not. It has to be a shoe, isn't it?
Yeah. So it looks like that. It's none of those things. It
Oh,
is actually a
okay.
piece of linen.
Okay, okay.
It is a piece of charred linen. And we discussed
Mm,
this at our, I think I mentioned this at our practice thing that we did on Wednesday, our discussion of medieval mansions in Ireland and Italy. So that is an extant piece of linen, and it's important because plant fibers almost never survive in the archaeological record. They disintegrate, they dissolve,
mm.
right?
Especially in Ireland.
Which and I mean everywhere, just worldwide. There's
Mm,
it's when linen survives, it's because of a very special set of circumstances.
mm,
And so that creates a false sense. The archaeological record can therefore create a false sense of the kinds of fabrics that people had for clothing. Like if you went just
mm,
by the archaeological record, for the most part, in Ireland, you think, well, they were wearing wool, all the time, wool against their skin. And you're like, oh, wool against your skin? Really? Yeah.
mm.
But no, it's just that they don't survive. They disintegrate in most soil conditions. And with most,
Mm,
natural conditions that the world has to offer, they disintegrate. So here is what happened with this linen. Apparently, it survived because it was the linen that was lining a corn furnace. Corn, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, a corn furnace. So what this not this kiln, corn kiln. That's the word I'm looking for. A corn kiln, not a furnace. The furnace would
mm,
be where the things actually burn away. No, a corn kiln. Corn is the old English word for grain, not for maize, for my American peeps. So we're talking about any kind of grain, not just maize. And do you know what a corn kiln is for?
Oh, for making clothing?
No, not
No?
at all. Um, when you harvest grain, it's moist. Most people don't
Okay.
realize if you actually went out into a field of wheat and you picked off a wheat berry, it would be kind of squishy. I mean, not like it's not
Mm.
going to leak liquid, but it's not hard, right? If you do not dry your grain, do you know what happens to it?
It goes rotten,
Yeah, it
perhaps?
does. It does. It goes rotten, and you can develop ergot, and then ergot will give you ergot poisoning, and then you start hallucinating witches. Bad
Oh,
scene.
lovely.
So, yeah. One of the theories behind the witch hunting craze of the 17th century is that people were in Germany especially were suffering from ergot poisoning and therefore hallucinating things that
Mm,
weren't really happening. Um, anyway, the corn kiln is there to dry
mm.
the grain so that you can then store it. Because in places like Ireland, do you think your grain is just going to dry if you just lay it out on a towel in
Is it
any
just
normal
gonna
day?
dry in Ireland? No,
No,
especially in our big boggy environment. I don't see
you
anything really properly drying out.
it
You
will not.
might get lucky. You might have that one day of the year where the sun comes out,
Right?
Maybe,
Maybe. So if you don't
Yeah.
want ergot poisoning, um, you put your corn in this kiln, which is heated, and it dries it. It's like a dehydrator. It's like a medieval dehydrator. And
Mm,
they would actually line the kiln in linen so that so that there's a layer between your grain and the actual heated surface of the kiln. And the kiln is heated by a fire that's in another part of the kiln, right? The fire is not in
mm,
there
mm,
with the grain itself. It's in a separate part of this kiln, but the whole thing heats up like an oven. And
mm,
they would line it in linen apparently, and the linen over time would char. It would just be preserved forever. And so we actually find these bits of charred linen, especially apparently in Ireland, in places where there were corn kilns. And it's really well preserved because it's kind of like what is the equivalent of petrification for fabric.
Oh,
And
nice.
yeah, so but it's it's preserved, but it's also very, very delicate. So to study this piece of linen that they found in Waterford, they freeze dried it, and it
Mm,
actually stabilized it enough so they could actually examine it. And this is a they date it to like the 12th to 13th century, and it's just in really good shape. And I'm going to get more into this piece of linen a little bit later, but I just wanted to show you what archaeologists are dealing with when they pull stuff out of the ground. It doesn't look like you would expect things to. So I always feel that archaeologists have to have a special level of imagination, right?
definitely.
Question, like an insulation. Joanne, yes. So basically, exactly. The linen was like a layer of insulation protecting the grain from getting too hot, because it's hard to control the temperature of a medieval kiln precisely. So that layer of linen made sure that the grain wouldn't scorch, right? The grain that was on the bottom there, it prevented or mitigated scorching. Exactly.
Mm, mm, mm.
Exactly. And the thing I wanted to so this, what we see here, this is a grant of murage, an actual grant of murage from Dublin, actually, um, dating to, this one dates to 1343. Do you know
Oh,
anything
nice.
about murage, about grants of murage?
It's that. So I'm assuming here this is going to be a grant to allow more trade to go on between Ireland and, obviously, by the looks of it, the wider world around them, especially with France and stuff. I'm assuming that's what this is allowing.
For certain. So it's
Okay.
well, it doesn't allow it per se, but it tells us that it was happening.
Okay.
Murage was a tax that was collected, or that
Oh.
cities were there allowed to collect by royal decree. So we're talking about the cities that fell under the lordship of Ireland, right?
Mm,
So that they were allowed to raise by royal decree in order to build or update their city walls. So
yeah.
murage shares the same root as mura. So it's all about keeping your city walls intact. And Dublin had city walls. Cork, Waterford, Wexford, they all had
Yeah.
city walls, right?
Mm,
So, and no one ever thinks, well, how did they fund those? It's not just some local lord paying for it. That's not how it works. So they would actually, these were import and export tariffs that were levied on goods, and the mirage grant always tells you what goods, which is great for us
mm,
because it gives us a hint into what kinds of things were being imported and exported. And there is a mirage grant from Cork from 1284 and another one
nice.
from Waterford from 1291 that talk about taxing exports of linen and canvas and cloth made in Ireland, right? So we
Nice. Exactly
know,
where I live as well.
right? So we know that Ireland in this era, by the 13th century at the latest, had a thriving textile production industry, and that there was demand for Irish textiles in the greater world at large. France, England, Spain, Italy. So these things, like, no one ever thinks about studying murage grants, right? When you're researching historical fashion. But
Mm,
as a fashion historian, to really understand the whole picture, you need to be multidisciplinary. You can't just focus on just archaeology or just the documentary record, and you can't just look for just inventories. You need to think bigger and broader than that.
oh, big time. We have an excellent question there. Do we know whether the linen was raw or already woven when it was being exported out of the island?
That is an excellent question. It was absolutely already woven because it's referred to as linen cloth, Not if it were
Mm.
just the raw materials, and that would be flax. Then it would be referred to as flax. Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question. And we know that it wasn't just the fine cloth. So that charred bit of fabric there is actually super, 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 super fine. Like, oh my God, it has a weave that you would find in the finest silk, right? That's how amazingly
Mm.
fine it is. So they also made canvas, which is a heavier linen. You would use linen canvas to make tents, pavilions, for instance.
Mm.
Um, and so, we know that they were weaving it into these fine weaves, and we knew they were weaving it into these more pragmatic, utilitarian weaves. Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I
Yeah,
did
that's
not
great.
expect to click and instantly hear tariffs. I'm sorry. Sorry, Elena. This is medieval
People looking
tariffs,
to do
medieval
escapism, and
tariffs,
straight away.
medieval tariffs to build beautiful city walls, right? These are good
Yeah,
tariffs. These are good tariffs.
the good stuff. What was
Oh
it
my
called?
God.
Yeah, the part with the tents and stuff as well is vitally important as well, because I've been asked, what was it, this weekend, I assume as well, tomorrow for my classes. I'll be asked more questions on tents as well, because the Vikings were using tents as well, and also using. I'm assuming these are going to be used on ships as well. The
Say
linen,
for sales?
or is that
Yeah.
for
Yeah, yeah,
sales and
for
stuff?
sales.
Ah, nice, nice, nice.
I do think something. I'm not an expert on medieval sailing, but something in my brain is saying something about hemp sales. So you might want to just
Okay.
quickly delve into that.
Yeah,
Not
yeah, yeah, definitely.
necessarily in Ireland, but something tied into the Vikings. Hemp is like the
Mm.
forgotten medieval fiber. People apparently there was, but what's interesting, I read in some other essay recently, like a couple of days ago, that in Northern Europe there was actually a prejudice against hemp as a
What?
fabric, as a fiber. Yeah, how weird is that?
Yeah, 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 exactly. Like, what's going on there? Like,
What, of all the things to be prejudiced about, hemp? Really? Okay,
yeah,
I
yeah,
guess.
yeah, yeah. I
I
I have no idea what that could be.
right, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Moving on. So yeah, Murage, these Murage grants. I bet if I were to dig deeper into Murage grants, like this is the great thing about this book, Textiles in Ireland.
Mm,
It's put me on to, I'm like, Murage grants. I didn't even know that was a thing. But
mm,
that also gives me a greater idea about life in medieval Irish cities, right? How the cities operate, how they're funded, how organized they are. I mean, you have to
mm.
be, everyone imagines wild Ireland, right? Wild medieval Ireland, a
Yes,
bunch of,
exactly. I was about to make fun of
right,
that. Yeah.
right. But they can't be wild if they're levying tariffs. They're making enough. Their textile industry is big enough to be exporting things in a quantity that is worth tariffing,
Big
right?
time.
So this is an interesting. So again, you look for people when they're studying medieval Irish anything tend to focus only on sources from Ireland, and that is, to me, that's an insult to Ireland, because it indicates that the prejudice is that we're only going to find information about Ireland in Ireland.
Yeah.
But that's not true. I mean, in my video that we published on your channel on Irish fashion, native Irish fashion, what are the sources I was looking? I was looking at English sources. I was looking at French chronicles. I was looking at chronicles written from by people in Catalonia, right?
Mm,
So you really need to broaden your search when you're trying to fully understand medieval Ireland and certainly medieval Irish fashion. So
yeah.
there is this fantastic uh, sort of poem that's describing the industries of various places, and this one talks about Chester. So it's 14th century English, and excuse me, early 15th century English, and it's talking about Chester specifically. Chester
Mm,
is in England, but the things that they're getting in Chester, this part of the poem talks about imports, well, exports from Ireland, imports into Chester that are coming from Ireland. And it talks about all these fun things. It talks about hides, it talks about fish and salmon and hake and herring, right? Irish wool, Irish linen, right? So it's talking about this tells us just how interconnected Ireland was. And there's this weird idea that, well, the English were stealing it. No, they were buying it.
Okay.
So yeah, this shows just how, in England, even England was importing Irish wool. England was importing Irish linen because it had such a great reputation.
Mm. Just a warning over to my comment section. Will you guys chill out there? Because you remember, I want to make some money here. And if you're going over getting me demonetized, I will bounce you completely out of it. So if you guys keep that up in the comment section, I will start bouncing people out of it. Just a warning there, because I seen a few comments and I've been letting a few things slide. But if you keep that up, I will start bouncing people out of the comment section. Okay, so let that be a warning. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Yeah, so I just found that very interesting that, there's here we have this poem in England that it's talking about Chester, but it mentions all of these things that they're getting from Ireland. Otter
Mm,
skins, squirrel skins, Irish hair. I mean,
mm.
okay. Okay, so we're going to talk just briefly about wool production and weaves so that we can get everyone on the same page with what we're about to delve into. What you see there, that S and the Z on the top,
Mm.
are you familiar? You're probably not familiar with weaving. uh,
No, I
um,
wouldn't be. The maximum I've
yeah,
done so far is just working on my cloak and
yeah.
stuff.
That,
But no, I'd be absolutely terrible at weaving, to be quite honest with you.
that's perfectly fine. So
Mm,
today we're going to be talking about also getting down into the nitty gritty of textiles like threads, and so we're going to be
yeah.
talking about how threads are spun, because
Mm,
how they are spun affects the final fabric, the final product, and there's actually technique involved. So I'm going to be talking about S twisted and Z twisted, which is what that S and the Z there, and those are over top of two threads. That's a representation of plied thread.
mm,
And so the reason that it's called S and Z is because someone at some point looked at the way the spin works out and said, well, that kind of looks like a Z and that kind of looks like an S. I
mm.
don't personally necessarily see it, but there it is. Z twisted means that you twist when you're plying two threads together.
Mm,
You're twisting it to the left, right? You can see the left twist. S
mm.
twist means you're twisting it to the right, and how your threads are plied will impact how they interact when you start doing other things to them. So
Yeah, yeah.
that's going to matter. You can imagine when you twist a rope, for instance, it's going, if you try to tie a twisted rope up, right? It's really hard to work with because it's all twisted and all that tension is there. So
Mm,
that's going to matter. And we're going to talk about things like weaves, the kind of weave that fabric is, because fabric actually has the look it has based on how the threads are woven together, the pattern in which the threads are woven together. So we'll be talking today about twill and tabby. Basically, that's where we're going to be focusing. We don't have we're not going to be talking about a lot of the fancy weaves, satin weave or anything like that. Twill and tabby.
mm,
And tabby is, you can see a diagram there on the top right. That is illustrating what tabby weave is. Tabby
mm,
weave is the basic over, under, over, under, over, under, and then you alternate on the next line. That's what the black and gray dots indicate. It creates a very even square weave, right? And the pattern, usually there's no real visible pattern. Most linens that you get are going to be tabby weave.
mm,
Um, and so that's going to come into play here. Now, herringbone is a twill, and we'll get into what
mm.
I guess twill didn't end up on this slide. My cameraman put this all together. We're also going to be talking about fabric processing and wool. For those of you who don't know, linen is complicated. Wool is more complicated to make. Wool has so many processing steps, going from your sheep happily grazing in a nice boggy meadow to your final finished wool. There's like 10 stages that it has to go through, or more actually. And one of the big revolutions in wool production is the water mill, the water mill for fulling wool,
Mm.
because wool, when you first weave it, is actually kind of loose. It's not. Everyone thinks of wool as being like heavy and dense, right? Is that what you think of when you think of
That's
wool,
literally what I was thinking right away. Yeah.
right? Everyone, and that's why everyone always says, "Oh, isn't that wool dress hot?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not wearing a full dress. It's not
Mm.
hot." Or it's not heavily fulled, because when you first weave wool, it's actually it's not very tightly woven, any more tightly than say linen would be. But
Yeah.
there's processing that can be and is usually done to wool to tighten the weave,
Mm.
and to make and to close the gaps between the individual fibers. And that's what makes wool dense. That's what makes wool heavy. That's what makes it warmer and warmer and warmer.
Mm.
And it used to be that to full that's called fulling, the process of
Yeah.
agitating your wool, the woven wool, until it locks tighter and tighter together. And that
Mm.
process used to be done with feet. Like you'd literally just dump a length of linen into a bucket with some fermented urine, and some poor bastard, the fuller, would have to get on it and just tromp, 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 tromp until it's the right density. Um, and you can imagine that that's not the most efficient way, because there's a limit to how much you can full in a day. It requires manpower. Buckets can only be so big. So there's an industrial revolution that is undiscussed in the Middle Ages. Are you familiar with, have you I'm certain you've read about the industrial revolution that happened in the Middle Ages that everyone forgets about.
Oh, okay. I'm going to make an assumption here. Is that around the Hundred Years' War, just at the start of the 14th century, between the trading that's going on between the modern day Netherlands and, which I cannot remember the specific name of that confederation up there, and the London area? Is that what's going on there, or am
Right,
I
so this
completely off?
this actually predates that. Um,
Okay, okay,
but
okay. I'm off.
certainly it's continuing into that era, but, in the first millennium, people figure out about water power, right?
Hmm.
They figure out, and I mean, even the Romans had water mills, right? So, but Ireland, actually, the earliest water mill they've discovered in Ireland dates to like the 5th century. It's a relatively
Hmm.
recent discovery, right? So people figured out relatively early on that you could use water to drive things, and that
Hmm.
you don't need to do it all by hand. And so, right about the 13th century, people start expanding that idea from just, say, grinding grain to other production processes. Water mills for driving hammers, water
Hmm.
mills for driving hammers that could be used for blacksmithing, hammers that can be used to full wool. And the
Yeah.
earliest, let me just double check my yeah. So
Will you just? Oh.
the earliest what is the earliest one? The earliest fulling mill in Ireland dates to the 13th century. That's the earliest evidence we have of fulling mills, but it revolutionizes wool production in Ireland.
Oh, nice,
And
nice.
we actually have evidence of, where did my little card go with the dates? There's
Mm.
actually a Fuller's Guild that is documented in the 13th century in Wexford and Cork. We have
Oh,
Fuller's
nice.
Guild,
Another victory for me.
right? So the second you have a guild, you have a fully fledged industry, because guilds don't come first. You don't have a guild that
Mm.
says, we should speculatively build this industry from the ground up. No, no, no. You have a thriving industry, and then a guild forms to protect its members and to set
Mm.
standards. And so Cork and Wexford have Fuller's Guilds by the 13th century,
Aye, that's great for me.
right?
Just getting back into the comment section
Yes,
there because I want to encourage comments.
yes.
People are talking about words that have been lost between that whole period of the 11th century going all the way up to the 16th century. To be honest with you, I'm not a linguistic, so I don't specialize on the transformation of the language going from Old Irish to Middle Irish, but I could easily imagine that words have gone missing. However, I will have to bring bring a linguistic onto the channel to talk about what words are missing from the Irish language, going from Old Irish to Middle English. However, from a broader perspective, because you haven't really pinned it down to Ireland alone, Rachel, are you aware of words that have gone missing in the language between the 11th to the 15th century, not just
in
in Ireland but abroad?
Well, I mean, the word, yes, there's so many words that in at least that we've lost now, right? I mean, they were still the vocabulary in that period is still pretty much intact for them. But most people don't know what scutching is, that the process of removing the cover of the straw from the flax, for instance. Most people don't even know what fulling means anymore. So I would say that almost all of retting, how many of you know what retting is? retting, right? Like there's pretty much all of the words in fabric production are missing from most people's vocabulary. Whereas a medieval person, especially anyone who owned a manor, anyone who was involved in importing and exporting fabrics, weavers, like so many people would have just known these words casually. They might not have used them very often unless they were involved in the production, but they would have known them. Yeah.
And
let's see. I see Miss. Right. Susan says, back to the linen. With the Irish linen export to England, and England sent it to Italy. No. Italy had its own connections with Ireland. They did not need to go through England. There are Cork. Cork is full of foreign merchants. In fact, Cork is so full of foreign merchants that Cork passes regulations that say that only Cork merchants can sell certain items in Cork, that these foreign merchants, they can wholesale their items to the Cork merchants, the ones who are importing it, but they're not allowed to do the retail sales. So, and we know for a fact from records in Italy that Italian merchants had trade posts in Ireland, in Cork probably. And usually their connection to Ireland was actually via Portugal. So they would set up a trading company in Portugal, and then the items would arrive in Portugal, be treated or properly transferred to another ship, and then continue on their way up to Ireland. So no, not via England. I don't have evidence. Now maybe it happened also. Who knows? There could be absolutely enterprising English merchants who, or even enterprising Italian merchants in London who got access to these Irish imports there and went that way. But that would be actually further to go than to just go straight from Cork.
No, I'm quite very, very happy to hear all that, Rachel, because on my father's side, my direct relation, so my father's mother's side, I'm related to all the Cork merchants. So I'm just like, you.
Nope, it was much more connected. Oh, here's a picture of fulling. This is fulling by foot. This is actually from Tony Robinson's great series, The Worst Jobs in History. If you haven't seen that, check it out. It's hysterical, but also highly educational. This is him actually doing foot fulling, medieval foot fulling in buckets of fermented urine. You're welcome.
Wait, is this funded by the History Channel? Is History Channel actually
it was on the
sponsoring
History Channel. I think it was a BBC series. It was a BBC series, but it was History Channel has occasionally actually had history shows, not just monster trucks.
I'm actually shocked. The fact that the History Channel logo is there on an actual medieval program, not to do with aliens, just blows my mind. What the
aliens
hell?
And monster trucks. Yeah, I know.
Where
Crazy,
did I
right?
go? What the hell?
So how waterproof did the wool remain after processing? So how waterproof your wool was depended on the level of processing it underwent, right? It wasn't an all or none game. There isn't just either really loosely woven wool or fully fulled boiled wool that could resist a hurricane, right? So you do have that. There is absolutely wool that gets boiled and it is so dense that nothing, and I mean nothing, will get through. But your average wool is relatively I'm going to call it water resistant. And take this from me, who has worn, this is a wool gown, in all kinds of weather. Wool is waterproof until it isn't. And then and then it becomes a sponge. So it really depends on the degree on how fulled it is.
It,
Yeah. So
because I don't have much experience with women's clothing and stuff, and I'm very grateful that I haven't actually fallen into water myself. But I'm coming across a lot of literature of women drowning when they're doing the clothes, washing their clothes and stuff. Is that
right.
because of how much it takes on and absorbs water?
It does. So it is absolutely will resist water that is flowing like onto it, right? If it's raining down on you, the water will generally bead and flow off, and it will bead and flow off. But if you actually take your wool, if you're in your wool and you submerge yourself in a body of water, it's game over. It will absorb so much water and you will absolutely get dragged down. Like I'm getting claustrophobic fear just thinking about that that process. Because and especially if you've got long skirts around your legs. Oh, and now I'm feeling bound up by the long skirts that are currently around my
No.
legs. No. But yeah, so it is water resistant generally
Mm,
until it isn't, and then it just becomes a sponge. But it also depends on how much of the lanolin has been removed. A part of the wool production process, the thing that makes sheep smell sheepy is lanolin, usually, unless they're dirty, and then it's lanolin and poo. But
mm,
that sheep smell is lanolin, and it's a kind of grease, a naturally occurring grease that coats the wool and protects the sheep in the conditions in which they generally live. And it's removed in part by what you see happening on that screen there. Tony Robinson in the is also helping, while fulling it, he's also helping degrease it, because
mm,
the ammonia is a solvent and it removes grease. So it's helping. The agitation is fulling it, the ammonia is helping remove the lanolin, and then actually once the lanolin is in the liquid, it's kind of, you've removed the fabric, the lanolin is floating in the liquid, you can then extract the lanolin in a different way.
mm,
Right. So the less lanolin left on the wool, the less waterproof it is, because obviously lanolin is a natural waterproofing.
mm, 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 mm.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Let's
fascinating.
see.
Just
What degree did felting play in the role? To what degree did felting play a role in the utilization of wool? Massively. Felting. Wait. Okay, I want to be clear here. There's a difference between felting and fulling.
okay.
Yeah. So Jan, I'm going to need you to clarify, are you talking about fulling or felting? And I'll explain what they are, and then maybe that will help. Felting is taking fibers. In this case, we're talking about wool fibers, not woven, not spun, just plain. They've been carded and they've been cleaned. They've been cleaned and carded. So it's nice. It's wool fibers that could be spun, but have not yet been. And you basically kind of lay them in layers on top of each other, and then you agitate it, and the felting process causes the fibers to interlock like Velcro. Felting is a technique especially used by steppes people, the Mongols, the Turkomans, the Tatars, right? All of those peoples, they have felted wool tents, and they're not woven, it's felted. It's from the felting process. So felting and fulling are similar, and they both operate from the same mechanical idea, but your starting material is completely different. And a
Mm,
lot of people misuse that word modernly, which means probably the word felting is taking on a different meaning even, but technically felting is one thing, raw fibers, well, unspun wool fibers. Fulling is a process that you do to spun and woven wool fabric. Yeah. So Jan, if you could clarify, I can better answer that question. What else have we missed, Philip? What other questions have I not gotten around
just
to?
one from Susan's one. What I was getting at was England's deflecting on their loans that were given to the king by the Italian bankers, using the Irish linen to pay it off. What was oh yeah, and with the Irish linen export to England, did England send it to Italy? From what I remember, and Rachel will probably what was it
Nope.
called?
I've got
Correct me
zero
on this one.
information on this.
Is that the what was it? What was it? Henry. It was Edward III. He just didn't pay back his loans to the Italian
Oh,
bankers, and
right.
those
Yeah.
Italian bankers collapsed.
Yep.
He did try taxing the Irish, and the same thing happened that happened with England. So England had the Peasants' Revolt, which Richard II eventually crushed. However, Ireland, we had the Gaelic resurgence, Art MacMorrough Cavanagh, which was way more organised to the point that we had veterans who fought in the 100 Years' War rebelling against Richard II. And so what
Right.
happened is when Richard II invaded Ireland, he was successful in the first campaign. His second campaign completely collapsed. And so
It
large
did.
parts of Ireland went independent, and that included territories, the Anglo-Irish territories of the Fitzgeralds and Butlers, that went, independent, mostly for the most part independent. So they were kind of like semi-independent because they still had connections to England, but they weren't paying their tax. The tax and stuff that was going over to Ireland was being pocketed by the Anglo-Irish, and the Anglo-Irish were not giving up their tax anymore to the crown. So basically what happened is both Edward III and then his further successors refused to pay. So the Plantagenets did not pay. And it's not until you get to the period of Henry VII that you see some form of payment going on, or some form of agreement going on between the Italian bankers and Henry VII after the Wars of the Roses.
Right.
What the full extent of that agreement was, I don't actually know, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I assume it's in the book, The Winter King. So have a look at that book and see if there's any
I
answer
read The
inside
Winter
there.
King, and I don't remember Talk of Linen. It's on my shelf. I have
There you go.
English King on my shelf.
That's the
Yeah,
closest I can think of.
yeah. I honestly, Susan, I couldn't tell you how, when, on the rare occasions that English kings paid back their debt.
Mm,
I couldn't tell you if they were using Irish linen or I couldn't tell you if it was in coin or in commodities, and definitely couldn't tell you where the commodities come from. Yeah, I
mm.
do have some esoteric knowledge, and that could be something I would know. It fits in with my weird range of collection of knowledge, but I don't. Let me see. Yeah, so Reading, exactly. Elena, you're right. Reading is that. Yep. Reading is part of the process whereby you actually break down the flax stalk and remove the pectin gets removed from it so that you can actually easily peel away the straw. But yeah, you were right, Elena. Most people don't know what it is. Elena wants advice on fulling a shawl that she just knitted. But it's knitted, but it's unspun. So I'm not certain if that's still fulling. Yeah, I don't know. How do you knit fibers that aren't spun? I'm trying to imagine that. I I think it counts as fulling if the second you knit something that's kind of like it's weaving adjacent, so it definitely still counts as fulling. So I would full it by hand in a bucket of cold water. And I would full it gently because the amount of shrinkage you're going to get from fulling, you want to be able to control that. You could experiment and toss it in your washing machine, and you may cry afterwards. So I would do it by hand in a bucket of cold water. And you could do it by foot. You could honestly do it by foot. Just be gentle.
Should put on
Right.
a Netflix movie, Squared.
Yeah. And wash your feet first. Let me see. What else do we have, Philip? I feel like I'm missing some comments haven't popped up yet on my end, maybe.
Just one on flating. Is it rare in Ireland?
Oh, felting. Yeah. So
Felting, yeah.
Jan, I have not personally found evidence of felting in Ireland from the later Middle Ages, and my scanning through the book about the earlier medieval textiles, so like the first millennium, I haven't seen evidence of felting there. I would like to clarify, lack of evidence is not proof of absence.
Playing the cards now.
right? I can only speak of what I found. I have not found mentions or discussions of felting, but yeah, it seems that felting tends to generally be relegated to places where you either don't have critical mass for a weaving industry, because weaving producing fibers in a way, processing fibers in a way that you can then weave them, requires a pretty large number of people. Like, it's not, everyone imagines it's one person doing everything beginning to end. It has never been that way, ever. So, when you get to more sparsely populated regions like the steppes, and you have
Mm.
to focus your energy on other ways of surviving, weaving takes a back seat, and you find other ways of creating fabric so that you can cover your body. And felting is one that requires many fewer processing steps than weaving does. So there tends to be a correlation between sparse population and felting. Also cold. Cold, sparse population, and felting seem to go hand in hand. So if you actually have a more densely populated area, you tend more to see woven fabrics,
Mm, mm,
is
mm.
my global observation.
Ah.
Okay, any other questions? I will not put it in, the washing machine. Thank you. The cold water inputs when I needed to use soak or some other I you can use it, so you can, sure, soap usually helps with the fulling process, like a gentle dish soap is sometimes used in felting anyway. With fulling, I would, if you want to be really authentic, you could use fermented urine, but it's already had.
Oh, the joys.
um, yeah.
Might as well just get
Oh,
a
but
pocket
you want to
burner
keep
going.
whatever lanolin might still be there. Don't use the fermented urine, and don't use the fermented urine. Don't use the soap. Just plain water. Then, yeah.
Mm.
Sorry, just saw that. Don't use vinegar. All of those things will remove grease, and the grease is the lanolin in this case. So just plain water, and ideally distilled water. Or if you live in a place without air pollution, the medieval manuals always recommend clean rainwater, right?
Mm.
Because that is pre-distillation. That is how people got distilled water, was from the clouds. So yeah.
It's not the case these days in Ireland and Britain,
No,
though.
no, you heard what I said, didn't you, Philip? In a place without
Mm.
pollution.
Yeah, yeah. And I
Yeah.
watched a documentary on nuclear rain in Ireland
Oof.
and Britain yesterday. So, yeah, the rain isn't clean.
It is not. It's sad for those of us who dye fabric,
Yeah.
because for dyeing you want clean rainwater.
Mm.
But failing that, you have to go and buy expensive jugs of distilled water. So, okay, this kind of got put in, I think, probably somewhere where it shouldn't have been, but that's okay. Trying to give you some visuals of actual Irish clothing. You can see this visual in the video that I published on Philip's channel on medieval Irish clothing, and you'll be able to see it again in my upcoming second edition that will someday actually get filmed and edited if I ever actually have time, on
I
Anglo-Irish
actually,
clothing. Um,
yeah, I
but
actually forgot what the source of that picture is.
yeah,
Rachel, do you remember the
it,
source?
it is a tomb.
Mm,
And I'm trying to remember where that to. It's a tomb frontal, and
mm.
my brain is telling me County
Yeah,
Clare, but don't quote me on that.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
don't quote me on that. But that is what we'd call a more Irish part of Ireland and less of an English part of Ireland, shall we say?
yeah. So it's
Um,
more of the Gaelic clothing,
exactly, exactly. It's
the
more of a
native clothing.
Gaelic
Yeah.
part of Ireland. Even though I'm, now the more I read, the less I like to use those distinctions because,
Mm. Yeah, because even you pointed out that we're having more of a Burgundy's kind of French, and even you were pointing out at the very start that we have an Austrian influence there as well. But to dumb it down from a dumbed down, like it's weird saying a dumbed down academic standard.
yeah,
Um, what was it called? So from a dumbed down academic standard.
people people
um,
people like
so
categories, right? They want things
yeah,
to be.
that's it. So in the southeast of the country, where we have Anglo-Irish style, right? And then up in the northwest of the country, we're supposed to have a native Gaelic style. But as you pointed out, the native Gaelic style is still being influenced by Iceland and Scandinavia. And the, what was it called? The east, south side of the country, the Anglo-Irish style, is being heavily influenced by everything from Iberian Peninsula, modern day
Yep.
Spain and Portugal, Italy, Austria now,
Right.
France, Burgundies. So to refer to Anglo-Irish is, it's so weird, and then to say it's a dumbed down academic standard. Jeez. Okay.
It's so tricky. Uh,
Yeah.
so slight tangent because you mentioned Spain and Portugal. So you know how in the 16th century suddenly we get these massive lena with these crazy
Mm.
sleeves, and the
Yeah, they
women,
did.
especially the women, are depicted, wearing these gorgeous, gorgeous chemise sleeves, basically with a sleeve with their gown actually having this like sleeve that just covers the top of the arm, but then the chemise hangs down. My theory is that is 100% innovation that and fashion innovation that comes from Spain.
Yeah.
Because if you look at 15th century Spanish noblewomen and Portuguese noblewomen, they all have that exact sleeve in the 15th century. And then suddenly it appears like almost overnight
Yeah.
in 16th century Ireland, in
No,
early
I
16th century
I
Ireland.
definitely support that, because if you go down to Kinsale, we have one of the princes from the Holy Roman Empire from, or is it Iberian Peninsula, who suddenly smashes into, because at the time this is going into the period of Charles V and stuff. We have a prince who arrives in Kinsale, and not only that as well, but the weapons in Ireland suddenly change to an Iberian style. Like we have
Uh,
Iberian style shields and stuff that
right,
appear in Ireland as well. Because before then we were holding the shield from more of a Norman perspective, and also before that we had the Viking interpretation. But now we have more of an Iberian style that's coming into Ireland now as well, especially for native Gaelic warfare, which, once again shows that we're not dealing with just an insular, what was it, native Gaelic people or an Anglo-Irish culture. It's God, maybe the word, European hiberno style would fit better. I don't know anymore.
right.
Just
The the
it's
the
far
the
more
Irish
complicated.
flavor of European.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, it's really funny how in the you don't really see this explosion of really regionally definable fashions until in on mainland Europe. It happens in the 15th century when fashions really start diverging really sharply. Before that, it's all variations on pretty much the same silhouette. And then in Ireland, that hits Ireland, that tendency, that trend hits Ireland in the 16th century. And of course, it's in result to the pressures from the Tudors who are passing all these ridiculous laws trying to anglicize them. So, anytime you tell someone you can't do this, they go, "Oh, can't I though?"
But I like Spanish fashion.
Right,
And you're
exactly.
not going to stop me.
Let me see. The question is, would that have come via the Basque Country, Leon, Galicia, or northern Portugal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I do think so. Because it's so quick. It takes, somebody said it takes about a day to 2 days because of the way the water currency goes from Cork, where I am, the Cork Kerry area of the Desmond Fitzgerald territories, and y'all going over to what was it, Wales, Cornwall area, and then to Brittany. And then you can quickly fly down to exactly where you said there,
Right.
those northern areas. And because they have that kind of Celtic language influence going into the north of Iberian Peninsula,
And
the,
Galicia.
as you
Yeah.
said there, yeah, exactly, the list there that's in the comment section,
Yeah.
a huge, massive, and all those areas are insanely pro-Irish, especially in Brittany and France as well, where they have a huge kind of Celtic Frankish culture going on there as
Right.
well. And when I say Celtic, I mean the connection between Wales and Ireland.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, I
Yeah,
do
and
support that.
also so Portugal, not northern Portugal, actually Lisbon is where the trading companies are set up.
Yeah.
So, and if you especially by the 16th century, Lisbon is this crazy multicultural place. There's this great like mid 16th century painting depicting the marketplace in Portugal, and it shows a black knight, this black gentleman. He's so dapper and handsome, and he's dressed
Mm,
to the nines, riding proudly, wearing the insignia of the knightly order of the Kingdom of Portugal, and I can't remember which knightly order it is. But that's how
mm.
multicultural Lisbon is by the mid 16th century. So My feeling, Jan, is that probably all ships from all of those places. Absolutely, not just one, but all. And by the 16th century, Spain is Spain, right?
Mm,
There's Spain and there's Portugal. They finally defined themselves. There is no more Castilla Leon. There is no more Aragon, right? It's all Spain. Even Catalonia is now part of Spain, right? So um, the fashions from the Spanish court, the what would have been the Castilian court, then are making their way up, and that's also probably because of the Spanish connection to the English court, right?
mm.
Catherine of Aragon marrying and becoming the crown princess twice. um, you know, yeah. Oh well, thank you for that compliment, Elena. We love sharing our weird and varied knowledge with everyone. So yeah, so this tomb frontal is from like the 1440s, and what's interesting about it is that, and it's relevant to textiles as well, that man who's kneeling, he's the patron. He's the person in the tomb. um and he has on his belt, if any of you can actually zoom in on your screen, he has weaver's tools on his belt. So
Ooh.
he is somehow connected to the textile industry in Ireland. And you can see the kind of clothes he's wearing. It's very similar to the Moy gown, which we talked about sort of a long time ago, it seems like. Um, and he's very dapper, he's very fashionable. Look at that beautiful flowing beard, his well-kept curls, right? This is not a wild Irishman. This is an Irish gentleman, right?
Mm.
He's put together, as
And
they
you
say.
would say this is of the noble class
No,
dress?
no, no. He's he's
Oh,
he's he's a merchant. I mean, he's
oh,
an
right.
artisan, but gentleman in the modern sense. Like he is a respectable Burgess, right?
Mm.
He's a respectable member of probably maybe is Wexford up there? What is the city up there near County Clare?
Oh, you're talking about oh, we have Clare, Limerick. Limerick is the main city.
Limerick. Yeah.
You're talking about,
I
yeah, which
I would
also I'm related to on my father's side again.
he might well be a weaver or involved somehow in the wool production industry there in Limerick.
Mm.
And but if you compare this to the way the English were dressing in this era, they're dressing similarly, but without all that hair. So there are ways to express your Irishness without it being naked in a cloak wandering through the
Nice.
bogs. And I just wanted to
Brilliant.
mention some fun facts about wool production, as we're now going to start delving into the actual pieces that we found. So sheep these days, and this, Philip, because we talked about those poor sheep that get found that are almost dead. The
Mm,
wandering sheep. Sheep these days have been bred to be monstrous wool producers,
mm.
to the point with Philip. Share with me what you were saying a couple of days ago about those poor wandering sheep.
So, because like in Ireland, we love having free range, and free range is absolutely amazing to have the freedom for animals to wander around the way they can. However, the massive disadvantage is because we have modern sheep whose wool just grows way above than what it should do. They need to be constantly monitored and looked after by the farmer, and so the farmer has to make sure that the wool is sheared and shaved so these animals can breed and live. However, sometimes when they wander off way up into the mountains and stuff, and sometimes they can even get stuck. So they can get stuck between, a hole in the mountain or something.
Right.
And from there, instead of just outright starving or dying of lack of water and stuff, what happens is the wool grows and grows and grows and grows to the point that they can actually just die of horrible
Ugh,
ways that I,
yeah.
I actually can't repeat here on YouTube and stuff, but
Right.
it's horrendous. And sometimes they'll find the sheep, and the farmer, obviously hoping that his sheep hasn't passed away, will shave and shave and shave and hopefully find the sheep alive, but in a desperate state, because you have to remember that sheep is relieving itself inside of its own buried wool.
Right.
And it's also, sick and dying and, oh, absolutely horrendous. So yeah, it is. It's definitely the disadvantage of having modern sheep, and also on top of that, allowing them to be free range. Which, by the way, I'm very much pro free range. They
Yeah,
should
yeah,
be allowed to
absolutely.
wander off.
100%.
But with that, and I have a lot of farming friends and stuff. It is the difficulty of trying to keep an eye on them, because they are, at times a lot of work, So yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely the huge disadvantage to it all.
Yeah, yeah. Elena, absolutely. They need to be sheared every 6 months now, which is
Mm,
just tragic. I mean, yeah,
a
they
lot
do
of work.
oh. So medieval sheep were not like that.
Okay, thank God.
they they did not produce monstrous amounts of wool. So apparently in Ireland, medieval sheep produced on average 1 to 2 kilograms of wool per year.
Mm,
Just per year. Whereas these poor bastards are producing like 5 kilograms every 6 months. Like that's insane. But also think about all that extra weight for those poor creatures, right? That's just
mm.
terrible. And so the amount one sheep's wool per year could produce only 1.3 to 1.4 meters of wool. So if you think per sheep per year, you can get 1.3 to 1.4 meters of wool, and that's it.
Ooh,
So
not
that's
like
not a
today.
lot. So that should help us maybe appreciate a little more the value of wool, because you don't have these monstrous wool producers yet.
Mm, mm. The comment section is getting quite interesting. I don't know
Yeah.
which way to make some of the
What do we
comments.
have in the comments, Philip? Let keep me.
So what day is given with the carving? Is that carving of the four kites in the reserve kilts? I'm not quite sure what Brian is asking there. If you could just elaborate on that a wee bit. Are you talking about the great kilts? The ones that the Red Shanks would have worn during the late 15th and 16th century. So if you could just elaborate on that a wee bit,
Yeah.
that would be great. Just to identify that you're talking about the great kilt that's brought over by the Red Shanks. There are awesome shearers who share on YouTube. Yeah, there's some amazing YouTube channels that definitely go into the elaborate on the various stuff to do with farming and stuff. Free range is destroying our hillside. Could you elaborate on that one as well? I think that one's quite interesting. Because from my knowledge, the sheep are quite good for the countryside and stuff, especially when they're relieving themselves on the grass. I think that's definitely the upside to having free range sheep on the countryside.
It
Um,
Yeah, it might also have to do with how they do it, right? If the sheep are always
mm,
in the same place free
well, yeah,
ranging, or if
yeah,
they're rotated. Because
yeah.
what we learned in the US, interestingly, when we killed off the buffalo, the bison mostly, is that we started getting this hideous erosion.
Mm,
And the land started desertifying, right?
yeah,
And what we discovered is that the buffalo, with their natural migratory patterns, would actually kind of do this own natural rotation thing. They would eat here, they would poop here. And because they were like walking around, they would aerate the soil and then move on. And that part would regenerate. And then they'd do it to the next part and then the next part. And when we stopped the migration and put up fences, and also when we killed most of them off, that
yeah.
started leading to the desertification of the West in the US.
Mm.
So maybe it's a similar situation.
It could be, but definitely elaborate on that in the comments section because I'm quite ignorant to farming. I have a lot of friends who are farmers, but when it comes down to all that kind of stuff, I wouldn't know the nitty gritty of that. So definitely elaborate on that, especially now that I've reached 100 messages in the comment section. Thanks
Yeah.
very much for
What
that, guys.
what
My
the hell?
algorithm's been
Is no one
amazing.
watching from the Creative Contessa? Susan, you keep tuning in via Philip's channel. Stop it.
Thank you, Susan.
You need
Thank
to
you.
tune in through my channel so I get at least some comments. Good God. I think
Um,
most of my people are probably working on crafts or something while they
Yeah,
listen.
probably it is that type of year. Outside of Waterford is where my Irish ancestors immigrated with Boston. So definitely this comment section It's not comment section. This chat today definitely fits into everything to do with Waterford. So definitely stay tuned for everything that's going on right now, because we're going to go back into Waterford in a second
We are.
once I've quickly gone through the comment section. Did Brian mean that grave? Oh, I'm not quite
Maybe.
sure. Hopefully we'll let him come back
Yeah.
and elaborate on that one, because I am really interested with great kilts, and we'll probably talk a wee bit about that in a second. Free range sheep without shepherds has been possible by the wolf in Ireland. Always have mixed feelings since I love lamb. Yeah, well, that's very, very true as well.
Yeah.
Keeping down the population is very important, and wolves do that. And since the extinction of the wolf, it probably has made that quite difficult. What was it called? The role of mammals. Yeah. I just clicked when I saw your face. Okay, 1 second. I'll try to find actual comments that I can make sense of. Sheep destroying forestry. So we're basically saying in the comments section is the fact that sheep in Ireland are a bit overpopulated, and exactly what you said there is that the native wolves would have kept in line all of the sheep during the medieval period. That I didn't actually know that, and that's actually really, really important fact to actually know, that the wolves because wolves actually came to extinction in the 17th century. So it does make sense that the population would have then dropped. Sorry, not the sheep would have gotten out of
Wait, what?
line
It's
from
set
that
to
point
members
onwards.
only? Oh my gosh, it should not
Oh
be set
yeah.
to members only. That's weird as hell.
The reason for that, actually, I remember you were tinkering with that last week, and it's the same problem
It
I'm
should
bloody
be
having now.
subscribers only, not members only.
Yeah.
Ah.
We had to tinker on that one, because we have bloody hell, it's happening over my comment section. Is people were going in there and trying to wreck up our monetization, because we need to get paid for this. So when people go in and say mad comments, it wrecks up our monetization, and so we don't get paid anymore. So we
Oh
had to.
crap.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, guys. I clicked on members and not subscribers. That's my fault. Oh, mea maxima culpa. I apologize. That was not my intention.
I
I
make that
meant to
mistake
click
all the time.
subscribers only. Oh gosh, I am so sorry, everyone. You know I love you all. Oh, I am so sorry. I've changed it. It's now subscribers only, not just so I was getting we've the problem is that we sometimes get some really nasty trolls. So I thought I'd set it to subscribers can comment, but it's members can comment. Okay, I just changed it. It's now subscribers. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, everyone.
I actually don't know the answer to this one, which was, what was the standard length for the great kilt? I'm going to suggest, because at the time it wasn't the kilt, it's the great kilt. And the question to that one then, what was the standard length of the great kilt? I actually don't know what the standard length of the great kilt is. I'm just assuming it would have been just a very large
I don't
cloak, an extra large one.
yeah,
Like,
so the my understanding from what because I've done some research into this recently for reasons that we've discussed. So the great kilt doesn't even develop until like end of the 16th century, and it's
oh
not.
really?
No, it's the I don't have any evidence of great kilt in an earlier era than that.
Okay.
And there doesn't seem to be anything about a standard length. Basically what seems to happen is they've got tunics and they've got this cloak, this practic like the Irish brought, the Scots have one as well. It's this cloak like thing, and as this is my theory, as the little ice age wears on and it gets colder and colder, the cloak needs to get bigger and bigger. Because it's getting so big because they're trying to wrap themselves in it, that instead of just before you could just pin it and drape and it's fine, right? But then it's getting so big that it's cumbersome. So then they belt it, right, to keep it around themselves so it's still practical. And then eventually someone gets the idea, well, we can arrange the folds that naturally happen when you belt a voluminous garment. Then they start arranging that in pleats. And that's where you get the great kilt. I don't have an evidence of great kilt, not a medieval thing, as far as I can tell. I haven't found evidence of it.
That's quite interesting, because I was assuming that the great kilt was starting to appear around the late 15th century, as we see in the red shanks. But I assume that because the word red shanks started to appear in Ireland, but it does make sense that there's a separate development to the red shanks going on
but
as well.
you can have red legs from just wearing a tunic and not wearing hosen. Like, you don't need a kilt for that.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people, when they look at because they want to see the kilt, they're so desperate to see the kilt.
So do I.
right? So they look at sculpture and they say, that's a kilt. And I'm like, it is not. That is the way a full tunic falls
You're
into
ruining
folds
it.
naturally when you belt it. That's just how
Stop.
a
You're
tunic
ruining
falls.
my fantasy. You're ruining my
Sorry.
fantasy. I wanted
There's
the Great Kilt to be there in the 15th
and there's
century.
no
Ruin that today.
evidence. I have not found any evidence of it in documentary evidence. There's no reference to it in written documents from that era. Right. So it's the Great Kilt is like a 17th century thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, especially when that's going into the period of the Jacobite. We have first off the Irish Rebellion in 1641, and then later on, then we have King James, who's been usurped in Britain. So it leads into the Jacobite
Right.
rebellions in both Ireland and in Scotland.
Yep.
So it does make sense that that's the fashion trend in the 17th century when we have that glorious image of the Jacobites in their
Right.
glorious great kilts.
Oh, great. They're doing construction work outside my window. That's fantastic. Could you close that, please? It's a loud buzzsaw. Okay. So let's I think I've gotten through the questions. I apologize, everyone. That's on me. You can now comment again from my channel. Okay, so here we've got we're in Waterford. Welcome to Waterford. Welcome to Waterford.
Exactly what was asked for.
And we're going to be going. We're going to be exploring archaeology from Waterford and archaeology from Cork. Is going to be our two foci today. Yeah. And that's going to also allow us to delve into some of the structures and the civic structures that functioned in medieval Cork and Waterford, and that allowed them to function. And the reason probably why we have this archaeology to explore. So we talked about tabby weave, and in Waterford, as always, they've done excavations whenever they need to build something, and they do a survey. And so what you see here, this is actually a piece of wool, and this is a rare piece of what is called a 2x2 twill. Now, that little diagram there to the right, that shows you the weaving pattern. And basically 2x2 means that you go up two and then dive, go under two and then dive, up two and dive, two being the two rows of thread, right? In both directions, 2x2. And that's the pattern it creates. It creates that herringbone pattern that you see there, right? So apparently 2x2 twills are much less common than 2x1 twills, and the 2x1 twill is illustrated right above it. And they're kind of dying out, but here we have an example of what is a 2x2 twill. And if you can, zoom in on your screen, this picture is actually pretty high def, and you can actually get a good look at it. Now, this one is actually interesting because it's two tones, and I know it doesn't look like it in the picture, right? The problem is that when fabric sits in the ground for hundreds of years, it almost never retains the color it once had. But thankfully, they were able to conduct analyses on the dye stuff and figure out that at least it should be two different colors. So this is actually two-tone. And the warp is actually, for my fiber people out there, the warp is S-spun and the weft is Z-spun. So what that means is, you've got two different kinds of spin happening in the two different directions. And that is what I read is that is assumed that actually helps prevent a sort of warping from happening, right? Apparently, if you have, if the threads are all spun in one direction, in all directions, then that can actually lead to some kind of warping. But by alternating, Z spun and S spun, then you end up, it's kind of stabilizes the fabric in a certain way, is the best way I can describe that. Apparently, though, 2x2 twill is not as warm as a 2x1 twill. So from a practical perspective, it makes sense that you'd want a 2x1 twill from the warmth, but apparently 2x1 twills also drape better. And I hadn't thought about this, but yes, that's true. A 2x1 twill just has a more beautiful, softer drape, and you can get those beautiful folds that people mistake for pleats in the statuary, right?
Did scientists determine the dye colors?
Of this particular piece, I don't think they were able. They tried, and they weren't able to get a dye stuff out of this one. But some of the pieces we are looking at, we will be able to get to the dye stuff. Yeah.
Thanks, Susan, for that.
Yeah. From the tomb carving earlier. The tomb carving earlier, those are not kilts. Those are tunics. I'll
Okay.
just drop back to that for a moment. Let me see. I think that was 9. Yeah. Those
Yeah.
aren't okay. Yeah. So this is what I was saying. You see what you want to see. All statues in Europe from this era, everywhere with people wearing voluminous garments, look like that. It is not a
Mm.
kilt. What you're seeing, you've got a couple of different things you're seeing here. The first, that's actually a bishop. So he's wearing a bishop's cope. And then he's got a long full tunic on underneath of some kind. And those folds are just the way a voluminous garment, especially made of a nice soft wool, will just naturally fall into those pleats, in what you think are pleats, but it's just folds. It's just folds. And then the two gentlemen, the two kings actually on the right, those are biblical kings. Those two kings, they've got a cloak over top on the very top layer, and then they've got 2 layers of tunic under that. So those are not kilts. Those are not great kilts. It's just a cloak and 2 tunics. Sorry.
What I also find interesting from a military perspective is the last member of the clergy actually has a sword on him, and the sword actually fits archaeological sword finds of the 15th century. So anyone who's into military history, definitely pay attention to the last one there. That's really interesting, the amount of detail that's in there. And as you were what was it, talking about earlier, the 2 last ones also have books on them as well. So hopefully more book
Well,
bog finds.
those are biblical kings. Those are Old Testament kings, and
Mm.
I think one of them is David, and I don't remember who the other one is. But remember, tombs are always covered in all kinds of religious iconography to try to connect the patron to the heavens and to biblical history to make them seem like a somehow important person. So
Mm, mm, mm,
yeah,
mm.
those are sadly not kilts. Okay, so Waterford, right. So this was apparently also found in a space also with a weaver's sword pommel from the 12th century. So they think this piece actually dates to the 12th century, this
Nice.
particular piece of fabric. And it actually has, you can't really see them very well in this picture, but there are a couple of stitches in it of silk thread.
Mm.
So what this tells us, yeah, Solomon or Saul, I'm pretty certain it's one of those two, Jan. Yeah, absolutely. So, these little tiny scraps of fabric can give us these important details. Like in Waterford in the 12th century, they were using silk thread to sew their clothing.
Mm.
Right. And silk thread, that is imported. That is not a local, silk is not locally
Yeah.
available. It is all imported into pretty much all of Europe in the 12th century.
Mm.
Byzantium has a local silk industry, and that's about it. And then eventually, pretty soon, Italy's about to get one, but no one else has one.
That's really, really awesome. And it really does support the fact that Waterford and Dublin were 2 major Hiberno-Scandinavian trade ports of that period, just before New Ross was built, and then becomes one of the biggest rivals to Waterford throughout the medieval period, built by William Marshall, which is also a very interesting fact.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on. So Waterford is a very well organized urban center in Ireland, and they
Mm.
have water mills and they have fulling mills in Waterford. And we talked about the fulling mills earlier, but here we have a diagram so you can kind of understand the action. Right. So you have the water wheel. Everyone knows the water wheels, right? We've all seen water wheels. Well, most of us have probably seen water wheels, maybe if you're lucky in person. So the water flows through the wheel and drives the wheel. The wheel then drives the shaft that drives a crank, which drives those hammers, the stocks. And those hammers literally beat on the cloth to full it, to cause it to get thicker and denser.
Mm.
And we know that there are fulling mills that date to Ireland and Waterford specifically in the 13th century. And as I said, there is a Fuller's Guild, County Wexford, right? 1265. There's a Fuller's Guild in County Wexford as of 1265 and Dublin in 1225.
Mm.
So, it's coming along. And what's interesting is fulling, even though it's kind of been there the whole time and you can full by feet, it seems that the invention of the fulling mill makes people change how they start processing wool en masse, because we have a shift in the archaeological record from unfold wool, from twill weaves, to tabby woven wool, because what happens when you beat the wool and that pattern gets tighter and tighter and tighter, the weave vanishes. It
Mm.
vanishes into the fulling process. So it gets to the point where you can't even tell what kind of weave it has. And we'll examine a piece like that in a bit. So we
Nice.
have this shift in the 12th and 13th century from twill woven wools, and this happens all throughout Europe, from
Mm.
twill woven wools to tabby woven, that square weave. Because why bother going to the effort of weaving a twill, which a little more complex, takes more time and thought, if you're just going to beat the living God out of it and turn it into something else anyway. So we have
Mm.
a
Mm. Mm.
shift towards the tabby woven wools, and the tabby woven wools are the ones that eventually become what modernly we call doeskin, which is
Mhm.
that kind of silken wool that just shines, and it's got this amazingly finished surface. And that, rich people started to wear probably in about the 14th century, we think.
Mhm. Just to go into the comment
Yeah.
section there, was silk a secret during the time itself? Wasn't silk a trade secret at the time? Not from what I was aware of, because silk is huge throughout the entirety of the early medieval period in Dublin and Waterford. This is why Claire Downham, with her work right now, is arguing that Dublin during the early medieval period was in a economic golden age. So if it is a secret, it's a secret that Dublin and Waterford is completely unaware of, because we're throwing
Well,
silk all over
no,
the
I think
place.
she means the production of silk, and it is a
Mm.
trade secret. It is
Oh, okay.
absolutely, the production of silk is 100% a trade secret. And
Mm.
it took some, I think, I forget who it was who stole some mulberry silkworm cocoons from
Is that during
China and
the
brought them back.
Venice?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was absolutely a trade secret. And then the and then the Eastern Roman Empire held on to that secret really tightly as well. So yeah, that's why no one else has
Ah,
the industry, but also because you need mulberry trees to feed these silkworms, right? And those require a special kind of,
ah.
set of conditions. Yeah. What
Mm,
other
mm, mm.
questions do we have, Philip?
Would silk have come via the Mediterranean and the Scandinavian trade routes? Yes. So just to go back over that one, the main trade route and this is why there's so much fighting between the Irish Vikings and the Anglo Saxons in around 940 in York, is that
Thank you.
Dublin is trying to take over York, so it has direct trade route into Scandinavia. And then from Sweden, there's a trade route down to Kiev, modern day Kiev, and then that goes straight down to Constantinople, modern day Istanbul. So that silk trade goes from Istanbul to Kiev and
Right.
then over to the Mediterranean, sorry, Scandinavia and over. The second trade route then is the one I was talking about earlier from Dublin. It goes down to Wales, Cornwall, and then from Wales, Cornwall, and England. Well, it'd be funny to say England. I said Britain. Then into Brittany in France, and then it goes straight down. It takes about a day or two to go straight down to northern Iberia, and then from northern Iberia, you can whip around Iberia itself, modern day Spain and Portugal, into the Mediterranean Sea, and then trade into hugging the coastal line of that. You can then fly over to the Italian areas, and then from there, reconnect back then into the Byzantine area of modern day
Right.
Istanbul. So those are the two major trade routes that the Irish Vikings, the Hiberno Scandinavians, are literally fighting for, because, as Claire Downham is arguing, because of this silk coming in, we have an economic golden age in Ireland. So it's not a case of the fall of the saints
Right.
and scholars into this kind of dark age. We're actually looking at an economic golden age from the Irish Vikings in Ireland. So great
Yeah, and
question
and
to
and
ask.
then in the later
Um,
Middle Ages, by the 14th century, it's coming up through the Mediterranean via Portugal and like going straight to Cork, right? Straight to Cork, straight
mm,
to Dublin. They've completely bypassed Britain in that equation because, sailing technology,
mm,
ships got more, better, higher tech. They could sail in more open oceans with greater success rates. So yeah, by the 14th and 15th century, Ireland, as far as we can tell, is trading directly with the Italies. So yeah.
mm. More money
Yeah,
for my
that's right.
family.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Jan. The Nestorian monks, yes, during the reign of Justinian, yes, right? And so then the Byzantines, the Eastern Romans held on to that secret as tightly as they could for a very long time. Yep.
Mm, nice. Plaid is mentioned in the Labra Nagaran. Sorry for the bad pronunciation in Old Irish. But how was it worn? Translated from the Macalister. Sorry for the pronunciation of that. I'm not sure. Could you elaborate on that, please, Brian? Because I'm not sure
Well,
about that
plaid.
one.
So remember that
Um,
plaid, as a weave is not an Irish or Scottish thing. It's everyone,
mm,
like everyone did it for thousands of years. We have textiles woven to, if you're talking about by plaid, you mean one color this way, one color this way, and maybe a third color, right? That's something people have been doing across the world for thousands of years. So it's not a new concept. And
I'm
yeah,
assuming. Sorry
no,
for
no, go
cutting
on.
in there. I'm assuming you're talking about the 15th century and 16th century. How was plaid made or worn?
Oh, yeah, so, you all have to understand that the whole association of plaids with clans is a post-medieval artifact, and it's an invention.
Mm,
So, there's a possibility that certain regions may have had certain, like, on the cottage industry, those homespuns, there might have been certain colors that were easier to create from whatever plants were local, and so it might have been more likely that people in this region of, say, Scotland were more likely to weave fabrics in these combinations of colors than this other region, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of, "This is the plaid
mm.
worn by the McAllisters.
This
This is the plaid."
the
Yeah,
tradition, the tradition for plaids to Pacific families, clans and dynasties can easily correct me in the comment section, but it doesn't appear until the 18th,
exactly.
19th
Yep.
century. And I don't want to sound rude or backwards or anything here, but myself and Rachel, we mostly cover, although we're bitching about the term medieval, we mostly just cover the period between the well, I do anyway. I covered the period between the 5th century all the way up to the 16th century. So the period where Saint Patrick appears with the his letters to identify we're in a historical period, all the way up to the end of the Gaelic Ireland and the flight of the Earls when the Gaelic are kicked out
Yeah.
by the English. That's kind of the period we mostly cover. So when it comes down to tartans for Pacific clans and stuff, we don't specifically cover that history on this channel. Although I do find it interesting. Don't get me wrong, I do
Yeah.
find the 17th, 18th, and 19th century very, very interesting. It's just it's outside of our
Yeah.
realm of
Exactly.
study.
I mean, I have studied it, but it's not, those centuries just make me so sad. Um, uh,
It's all the math stuff
yeah.
that goes on.
So Jan has a question. Does that lead to a decrease in quality, or are they still equally high quality? I think you were talking about, I'm assuming, based on when that comment came in, Jan, just confirm me, were you talking about the transition from twill to a tabby weave? I'm going to assume you were,
Mm,
and I'll answer that question. And if it's not the right question, let me know. No, it actually does not decrease the quality. Twill or tabby, that it's not a question of quality. It can be a question of drape. A twill weave is actually going to have a
mm,
softer drape than a tabby weave is, just because of the way it works. But when you start fulling it and start putting it through the process that result ultimately in what we call modernly doe skin, and which was called broadcloth, medieval broadcloth. That's the word I'm looking for. Broadcloth. Broadcloth is like one of the most high quality wools you can imagine. It is so, and it lasts forever. And that's why we actually have pieces of broadcloth that have survived, and we'll have a piece of broadcloth that I'll be showing you. So no, it did not impact the quality. It actually ended up creating something that was maybe more high quality, actually.
mm. God, the comment section
I
is
know,
suddenly
no
lit
kidding.
up there. Thanks very much, guys, for the comment section. It's actually really, really good for our algorithm. So definitely keep pouring in with the comments and stuff as we slowly try to make our way both through the presentation and the comments as well. And obviously, if we missed your comment, definitely comment again, which is
Yeah,
good for my
and
comment
actually,
section as well. Uh,
Catherine has a good comment. So plaid is not plaid. That word plaid is actually not used in the medieval period for a color combination. So that's another
mm,
good thing to note, because as she says, it was, the garment that they wore in 15th and 16th century lowland Scotland. She's absolutely right. Is
mm.
it's not a weave of pattern. That's kind of something that crops up later on. So yeah.
Just to identify another one as well with color identity per clans of the late medieval period and stuff. It was Connor. He's got a video on 16th century gallo glass. There is what was it called? Rachel's going to help me out with this one. Remember the fishing
Yes.
belts
Yep.
that
Yep.
fishermen would wear? Yeah, that's used to identify people per clan. First and foremost, most important thing is clans, fishermen who were lost at sea. When they would find these belts, they could identify exactly, because if you get lost at sea, you could pop up
Right.
anywhere, right? So if you popped up in a coastal area of another clan, that clan would return you back to where you belong, and they could identify you by the belt that was wrapped
Right.
around you. And that particular belt wasn't just in Ireland. That belt can also be found in Scandinavia as well, specifically in Norway. And that belt comes in with the what was it called? The early medieval period, and probably even as far back as the Bronze Age, if I can remember what Yuki was saying to me. So that is if you guys are looking for clan identities and stuff, look into the belts. However, the majority of belts are missing, so we don't know exactly
Right.
which clan is associated to who, because a lot of this information is missing. And then those same belts that were used for fishermen who were lost at sea, when they then went into the battlefield, they then can identify which clans and who was hacking up who by the belts. So it helped, well, it was supposed to
Right.
help prevent clan on clan violence. So they would get into their formations, and then as they were hunting for each other, they would identify, oh, that's clan so and so. We won't attack them. We're allied to them, but we're against that clan, so we'll go over and attack them. So if you're looking for clan identities, look into the belts. But if you're looking for, okay, so what's my clan color? That's lost in history for the most part. So I hope that answers the questions on clan identity there. It's nothing to do with plaid in this period. So there is no plaid belts in the 15th and
Mm-mm.
16th century. It's the belts that people were using for
Exactly.
fishing.
Yep. Sadly, we don't have any that we didn't prepare. I didn't think we'd be talking about that. So we didn't prepare any photos of the belts for this presentation. Doesn't not none of those are sadly not mentioned in the book Textiles of Ireland. And for those of you who are just joining us, welcome. I am Rachel from the Creative Contessa. This is my colleague Philip and friend from Irish medieval history. And we're here to talk about specifically the textiles that are presented in the newly published book, Textiles of Ireland, and how that pertains to medieval Irish fashion, focusing on late medieval Irish fashion. And as always, don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you're one of my people, please go and subscribe to Philip's channel. And if you're one of his people, you should definitely check my channel out. Anyway, so back to fulling. So once fulling starts taking off, it really starts taking off to the point where it's if wool isn't fulled, it's considered inferior. So I've got this fun little 14th century poem that basically says, "Cloth that cometh from the weaving is not comely to wear. Full it, or excuse me, is not comely to wear till it be fulled under foot or in fulling stocks, washen well with water and with teasels cratched, toweled and tended, and under tailor's hands." So basically, there's this prejudice starting to form against, well, if it hasn't been fulled, then it's not worth wearing, right? So that changes also the kind of clothing that people start making, because the weight of your wool and how it drapes is going to impact how you tailor it, actually, and what you can do with it. And for those who don't know, fulled wool, it doesn't ravel. So you can cut fulled wool, and this definitely has an impact on shapes we start seeing in the 14th century, even in Ireland as well. Fulled wool, you don't have to finish the edges. You don't have to hem the edges. You can just cut them. Right? It will not ravel. I'm not wearing fulled wool. This is not very fulled at all. And it will ravel a little bit to a certain point. But that means that
So that's
when
quite
you have
advanced.
this wool that's fulled, you can actually start cutting neat shapes into like the dangling bits from the sleeves into the hems, and you don't have to worry about finishing it. And so you have so many more decorative options, actually.
Mm. Yeah, that's quite advanced. It's much more advanced than a bunch of naked people, anyway. That's for sure.
Right? Yeah. So this is a piece of fulled wool that we see here from Waterford. And it is so fulled that they cannot tell what weave it may have once had. They don't know. It could be
Mm,
tabby, it could be twilled, but this is what happens when you full wool. And this was madder dyed. So madder is a root that it's a weed. Madder is a weed, and we create it by taking the root of this weed, and it's a green weed. It has pretty yellow flowers, white and yellow flowers, and
mm.
the root produces a red dye that is not as red as kermes, which is where the word crimson comes from, but is pretty red. So it's not as red as this. It's kind of more of an orange red is what madder red is. But of
Mm.
course now it's just kind of, dirt brown.
Ah, nice. At which point did urine leave the fulling process? So just
Yeah,
continuing with the fulling in
that's
Waterford, at what point did they stop
I'm gonna
using
say
urine?
probably the modern era. I'm gonna say once we developed
Oh,
chemicals, once we, were able to isolate, because the urine is not the important part, the ammonia is. So I'm going to assume that ammonia is
mm,
still used in the wool production process. It's just now ammonia that's been either, extracted or somehow other synthesized. I actually don't know how modern ammonia is produced. I know how to make medieval ammonia. um, and I have made medieval ammonia using all the proper methods, all natural. Um,
I have a funny feeling most of the comment section don't
no,
want to
you don't
know
want
the
to
answer
know.
to this
You
in the modern
you really don't
context.
want to know. I'm pretty certain though, it's because they still use ammonia to degrease. I'm pretty certain. So they're just not using the
Mm,
urine
mm.
part of it. But honestly, I don't know how else you would create ammonia without urine. So
Yeah, it's like when people go as tourists over to Ireland and they ask how black and white pudding is made, and it's like, do you really
right,
want to
yeah.
know?
Do you really want it? This isn't it don't ask questions you don't really want the answer for, especially not with me.
Yeah,
I have no
still,
I have
yeah.
very long and broad boundaries about such topics.
Oh, stop. I think my wife is great for that as well. There's a line and she goes
That's
running
right.
right
It's like,
past it. I think it's an archaeologist thing. Yeah, it's definitely a living
right,
historian
exactly. "Oh, are we
archaeologist
not
thing.
supposed to talk about this at the dinner table? Oops."
What do you mean I'm demonetized?
Right. Okay, so Philip, in when you get comments from your people, when you talk about clothing with, people on your channel, how often does the
Mm.
topic of silk come up?
Oh God, all the time right now, especially with Claire Downham. And as I was saying there with the what was it called? The economic golden age. So we talk about I don't know if it's the answer you're after, but we talk about silk a
Right.
lot
No, no, no.
lately.
I'm interested to
Especially
know the honest answer. I mean, it'd be great if you said never.
yeah.
No one never talks about silk, but no. And you should be. You absolutely
Mm,
should be talking about silk because in Waterford they have found silk in the archaeology. You are looking at, and I know it looks like
mm.
an awful dirty brown piece of silk, but it's not. It is not just any silk. This is a silk brocade, and it's actually silk
Mm.
samidum, and it has, if you can scroll in on your screens wherever you are, if you can, zoom in, try to, because it actually has a Sasanian pattern in it. Do you know do you know what a Sasani where Sasanian patterns come from?
Constantinople,
Further.
Istanbul? No.
Sasanian
Further,
Empire.
Baghdad?
That's Persia, or Sasanian Persian
That
Empire,
is
right?
deep. And okay, so I'm quite ignorant when it comes down to the history, the rise and fall of empires in the Middle East. I'm assuming that's Baghdad around that whole area.
Oh, yeah, yeah, so yeah, exactly. So we're talking Middle East, right? We're
That is
talking Middle East, so the Sassanids. And that's how far this piece of silk came. So it actually has a very a pattern that we see in silks found all over mainland Europe. These really rich imported silks. It's got actually kind of a lion and plant pattern alternating. And they did a test on this. They analyzed it for the dye stuff. And so this was probably when it was new and shiny, and it did used to shine. It was purple.
mm,
So it was,
yeah.
yeah, purple, made with purple orchil from which is a lichen, and it was actually two-toned. So one of the tones was yellow and one of them was purple, and they unfortunately were unable to identify the dye stuff that created the yellow. That has apparently completely, at least from the sample that they had, it there was none left of the dye stuff left in it. But the main part is purple. So you've got this amazing purple and yellow silk brocade. Can you imagine how that would look? And I
Mm,
specifically included a sculpture there of King O'Connor. That's Brian O'Connor. He's yeah, right,
yeah, Brian
right. Brian
O'Connor, who's
O'Connor. That's
King
his
of Ireland at
effigy,
the time.
and it is entirely likely
Mm.
that a king like he would have absolutely had a lovely silk tunic.
'Cause- So I'm assuming this is
This
13th
is
century
exactly
silk, is
actually
it?
this one is 12th century, so it's even earlier than that.
12th century.
Yeah,
Okay, so
yep,
that makes sense. So that fits in with the O'Connors. So it's just before the O'Connors were usurped by the Henry II and stuff, and it's also the point where Waterford is one of these major
right.
trade routes in that entire area. I'm assuming as well. I'm just taking a mad assumption, and you could easily correct me on this one. The yellow. Is there any connections to saffron? Because I know that's
No,
always the thing.
it's no, that's it's
Okay.
most likely weld. Saffron is not yet a common dye. It's not saffron, guys. Saffron
Okay.
is not common in Ireland anywhere as a dye stuff until like the end of second half of the 15th century is where we really start to see saffron cropping up.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, really. It's
really?
it's
Oh, damn it.
I've not found any evidence for it before the second half of the 15th century. It's another one of these pop history things, right? You imagine everyone always having more saffron. But the reality is that the
Okay,
things that
that's
they were
true.
using to create yellow were probably broom or weld.
Because I was going off of saffron being worn by the Gallowglass and Kearns because of Gerald de Wales's depiction of Diarmid, what was it? Diarmid MacMurrough, and he's in a yellow tunic in
Right. It's
his
probably broom or weld.
book of Gerald of Wales when he was over in Ireland.
It's probably broom or weld, not
Mm,
necessarily saffron.
okay,
People
so that
forget
kills
that
that
there's
one.
like it's like saffron is Irish, saffron is Irish. Like first off, saffron is not Irish.
That's because of
It
the
is not an
Gallowglass
Irish
and
plant.
Kearns. Yeah.
Broom and weld are native to Ireland and seem to be the most common dye stuff when you analyze textiles. So
Okay, so here there's a good elaboration on that one. So when does it pop up in the Persian silks, the
I no,
saffron?
I'm not a Persian silk expert,
Okay.
but but for the most part, the silks that I've seen analyzed, I've almost never seen saffron crop up as a color.
It's definitely
But
something we'll have to further dig into
yeah,
because especially since you're undermining the Kearns
right.
and
I'd
Gallo
have to
glasses.
I'd have to do like a whole research thing into just well, okay, when the hell when how often does saffron actually appear in the archaeological record, right? And it almost like in the medieval dyers manuals, it's
Mm,
not mentioned a lot. So,
you're
yeah.
killing
I
it.
mean, and here's the thing, it would be a luxury item, right? Saffron is even in the Middle Ages was crazy expensive,
Mm,
right? And the amount of saffron you would need to dye a length of fabric is a lot. And it's also not terribly color fast, by the way, apparently. So you're going to have to re-dye it with some regularity. So it's a luxury item. Yeah,
you're killing me. You're killing me right
I
now.
know, I know, I know.
I went
We're
off and made a load
we're
of videos on the Kern wore saffron tunics, and
and
now
it's
I'm
not
like,
just
oh,
and
I
it's
have
not
to
and it's not
reevaluate everything.
just it's I mean I'd be interested if I'm always open to new, right? History is constantly evolving, my understanding of history is constantly evolving. I am always open to new evidence, but what I have found has not been indicative of saffron being the forever ever traditional dye stuff of historical Ireland.
I'll have to do exactly what Catherine is saying there and look into Persia. Hopefully, Persia can make me right.
Yeah, so it's like um broom and weld are native to Ireland. Well, native, they grow there. I don't know if they've always been
Mm,
native. They're native now. They're native-ish.
okay, well,
They're
they
there
are
now.
now.
It's possible that the Romans brought it, who knows, but they're there now and they grow really well and they're like weeds and the dye that they produce is, pretty good and it's relatively color fast. So, which makes more sense. Whereas,
Mm, mm, mm,
how
mm.
many of you have ever harvested crocus saffron crocuses, it is insanely labor intensive because you have to pick by hand, pick the little flower and pull out the stamina one by one. And you have to be delicate because you can't crush it. You don't want to crush those stamina. You want to make sure they're intact so the dye stuff stays in the stamina of the crocus. And not all crocuses are saffron crocus. Croci.
Mm.
I don't know. Croci. Who knows? I don't know what the plural of crocus actually is. Crocuses. It's complex. It's a foreign word. Anyway, yeah. Naturalized, if not native.
Just
Absolutely, Jan. Yep. Yeah.
mm,
So this.
we'll get
So
back
so
to the
this
plaid one in a
this
second.
piece of silk, what's interesting about it, if you look on the bottom edge, it's finished. The edge is hemmed. So this is indicative that this was part of a garment, even though all we have is this little bit. It was part of a garment, and it seems like it was part of the upper body based on the kind of curvature and nature of the hemming. So, this, and that's why I depicted, put the effigy of King Brian O'Connor there, so that you could get an idea of the shape of the garment out that this Samita may have actually had in its original form. So you can imagine this beautiful purple and yellow brocade with these lovely lions all over it and just draping in the folds that you see on that effigy and then just shining in the sun or shining in candlelight, right? It would be pretty magnificent.
Mm. Sounds awesome, like for sure, like especially showing off the status and wealth of Connor
Right?
at the time, because we have this image of once again, kicking around the place just in tartan and kilts and stuff, and yet this completely undermines a very high status. This is meant to be the over king of Ireland, and he's definitely somebody who's trying to show off, hey, look, I've just usurped the O'Briens. I'm the new boss in
Right.
town, and he could definitely do with this massive statement here, and also furthermore also highlighting the importance of that trade port of Waterford and why the over kings of Ireland had to dominate both Waterford and Dublin, one of the most expensive, definitely profit wise, places to produce a lot of wealth at
Right.
the time. So we could definitely see it in
Yeah,
these
it's
finds.
pretty. Let me tell you, this book has just, I mean, I told you it revolutionized my view of clothing in Ireland. And it's just, I'm like getting goosebumps thinking about it. God, I'm such a geek.
But you can see now what Claire Downham keeps going on about over and over again, because she must feel like she's talking to, especially because everyone has the image of the Vikings came in and suddenly Ireland went from the period of the saints and scholars to suddenly having a dark age, and yet Claire
Opposite,
Downham right now she's trying to argue that in fact actually we're looking at the economic golden age, and here you go, like there's your evidence,
right?
there's the effigy from O'Connor, and there's the silk to
Yep.
go with it. We're looking at an economic golden
It's
age
it
here,
is it
ladies and
is
gentlemen.
and again, wild Irish, I think not.
Yes, especially in this
I
period of the
think I
12th
think
century.
not. I think that the Irish have, like all humans, always liked bling and
Mhm.
great. Okay, so I promised, or I warned that we wouldn't just be looking at clothing, but at, I know you're all like strings. Oh, how exciting. But so these are actually, these could be finger loop woven. And for those of you who join my medieval crafting parties, I've been doing a lot of finger loop braiding lately. So these could either be tabby woven or a tablet woven, which is a process where you have tablets and you use the tablets to turn the pattern, or they could be finger loop braided. And they have survived, and they're silk. These are silk narrowwares, right? And these are the kinds of things that could be used for trim around the necklines or the sleeves of garments, or they could be used to lace the garment. Like I've got a silk finger loop lace right now. Right. And so this is evidence of, if not, certainly not a native silk, further evidence of, I mean, not native silk production, but of a silk trade happening in Ireland. People are getting the materials in. We don't know if they were weaving this, making these silk cords themselves in Waterford, or if they were imported straight up. I haven't been able to find records of like silk women working in Waterford. It was usually, these sorts of things were usually made by women. Nearly always women had the corner on the silk narrowwares market. For whatever reason, probably because it was something they could
Does make
easily
sense.
do from their home with not a lot of equipment. And
Mm.
so they actually excavated this in Waterford. So it's just further evidence of the kind of luxury goods that were available, easily and readily available there in the city.
Mm. It does make perfect sense actually, because there's a lot of tradesmen. Because originally, Ireland started off with the monastic settlements, where the tradespeople would have came along and worked there. But then with the arrival of the Vikings and eventually the Hiberno Scandinavians, a lot of the tradespeople that came from the monastic settlements actually immigrated to the city areas. And so with that, it makes sense that you would have had tradeswomen moving from the likes of Clonmacnoise in the centre of Ireland to moving down to Waterford to work on this kind of stuff as a
Right, right,
professional trade. And that's why people are very hesitant compared to the rest of Europe, especially England. No offense against English people, but people use the word a male dominated society. So England is seen as a male
right.
dominated society. However, when we get into the nitty gritty, and you've highlighted another example of that, it's very, very difficult to highlight Ireland as a male dominated society because of how much control in the administration women had in Waterford, Dublin, and Cork, because they were involved with the accountancy and
Oh,
a trade
interesting.
like this itself. You see what happened as well, especially when the Normans come in as well, is that Normans knock out all of the Gaelic nobles, and then the Normans go back to England and France and stuff, and they just leave their wives because they married the local women to do what they want,
Oh,
pretty much. And
cool.
so the women take over the administration. So it's really difficult to turn around and say, hey, Ireland is a male dominated society. Actually,
Right,
maybe not.
right,
And this is another example here. So when the Normans come in and take over Waterford, they don't knock out the women. They knock out all of the men, the male nobles and stuff, but they marry
right,
the women. And so when initially the first year or so, these women are just up in the air. It's like, oh my God, my husband's a Norman. But then these Normans go back to France and they're just left with the child and all the
right.
administration. So the likes of Waterford and Kilkenny, it's very difficult to turn around and say this is a male dominated society. But at the same time, women are still property in Ireland. So it's
It's
like,
it's
I don't,
never as black and white and all that. And as a woman, I can tell you that we are
yeah.
very clever. As a woman who has experienced a very male-dominated society, we have clever ways
Mm,
of establishing our power and having influence, even if it's not obvious on the outside, right? It's
mm, mm,
never
mm, mm.
even, Italy, very patriarchal in the 15th century, and yet and yet. Um, so, and I just realized, I'm sorry, I'm like, this is not no, I was wrong. These are silk, they are cords, they are not laces. They're more interesting than that for my people out there who are men at arms or who do archery. They're silk. They're tubularly woven. For those of you with tablet weaving, they're tubularly woven. They were found next to a yew bow. They're 99% certain, a longbow, a yew longbow. They're 99% certain that you are looking at a bowstring.
Mm,
So this is actually a silk bowstring. And that's interesting because bowstrings don't often survive. Right? Like the bows survive sometimes in kind of sad little bits, but the strings don't. So this is evidence that not only did Waterford have access to luxury goods, so luxury that they could afford silk bowstrings for their yew bows.
spoiled.
Right.
Because I'm aware of everybody making a big deal about, because at the same time we have archaeology evidence in Cork where crossbows are found, and everybody's like, oh my God, crossbows in Cork. But now you're pointing out silk cords. It's like
Right. And
next
and it
level
was
now.
it was definitely,
And
so
that's,
this thing is really long. I mean, it's long for something that's having been in the ground for this long. It's 1,177 millimeters, so it's like 1.17 meters long. So,
mm,
it's not intact, like it's in two parts. So the two different parts are two different lengths,
mm,
but it's super, the archaeologists working on it, I guess, Elizabeth Wencott noticed that it's tightly tensioned, right? Which kind of gives the
mm.
idea that it's meant for projecting arrows at someone or something. Yeah, so I was pretty fascinated when I saw that because I never even really thought about, well, what are bowstrings exactly made of in the Middle Ages? And here we are in Waterford, and we've got bowstrings that they excavated made of tubularly tablet woven silk. For my textile people out there, just imagine how cool that process must be to do a tubular weaving using tablets. I mean, that's just so cool.
Hopefully, Rambling Kern is
Oh,
somewhere in the comments section as well, because Rambling Kern is doing an entire series on bows right now. And I'd love to know what his reaction to this would be. So I'll definitely send this over to him after this whole stream is done, and see if we get his
that'd be
reaction
pretty
off of
cool. Yeah, I was hoping we'd have some archery experts in the comments to fill that in, but that's okay. If you have medieval archery expertise and can share more information, please do. Jan has a question. When does the drawstring date to? So the drawstring dates, it's from the layers from like the 12th through the 14th century. So it's kind of hard to precisely date, but they think 13th century. Yeah, bowstring. Sorry, did
Okay, so
I read exactly. I knew what you meant, Jan. I understood. I was picking up what you're putting down.
it kind of fits in with the whole romance as well with Tristan and Isolde, because as we were saying there, it's very complicated to make out that that whole area between Waterford and Kilkenny is a male dominated society. But what it is because you've got literature like Tristan and Isolde, where you have that kind of romantic Norman knight and the Irish
Right,
princess and stuff, it kind of fits in with that kind of romance of that
right,
era. So I do find that very, very interesting that it's dated between the era when Tristan and Isolde, that literature of a romantic Norman knight and his Irish
right.
princess is very much there. So the dates definitely fit that
It,
romance
it
of the
it does.
period.
But isn't Tristan supposed to be from Cornwall? Isn't he like Cornwallish or something like that?
Yeah, but his you have Cambro. So this is how it fits in. So the Normans come in and they rewrite that
Right,
literature, right? And they're coming into Ireland as well. And Isil is an Irish princess. So it fits in with the romance of an Irish prince. I meant to say princess, right? So the Irish princess, which
right.
fits in with the women they're
Easel. Yeah.
marrying in Kilkenny and with the women they're marrying in Waterford. And on top of that as well, most of these guys like the Fitzgeralds, who else do we have in there? The Roaches, various of these families, they're all Cambro Normans. So they see themselves as these
Oh,
Welsh knights coming into
oh,
Ireland
I
and
see.
liberating their rescuing their Irish princesses from these evil lords and kings and stuff that believe in slavery. Like if you read Tristan and Isolde and then you apply it to what's happening politically in Ireland, you can
Right.
see how the likes of William Marshall is one of these best examples of a living Tristan and Isolde example. So he would have gone in there and had all this kind of silk and the silk cords and all these romantic artifacts. Well, I say artifacts, but these romantic dress and stuff,
Right.
and try to woo his Isolde. I think it's what was his name? Is it Isabel de Clare? I'm sure it's Isabel de Clare. That's the one, Isabel de Clare. She was an Irish princess, and William Marshall would have easily gone in there and tried to woo her, because it fits in with the romance of the period.
Right.
So you can easily see why they were making silk cords and stuff to try to woo these, Irish princesses and stuff that they were with for about a year, romancing them, and then just went off to France and England for the rest of their
Uh,
life.
good times. Good
Oh, I.
times. Yeah, a question. Is it probably too complicated or expensive to get into tablet weaving? Elena, it is not. Tablet weaving at its basic level is super simple. It really is. You can, of course, wander down the rabbit hole of complexity, but it's not hard. So, yeah. So, say goodbye to whatever free time you didn't have.
Oh, the joys of living history,
Right,
or history in
exactly. This
general.
freaking rabbit holes, man. The freaking rabbit
Oh, I.
holes. Okay, so we're back to this piece of linen, which was actually found in Waterford, right? And we talked about this earlier, but I wanted to discuss it here because, specifically in the context of Waterford, and I wanted to give you some specifics. So this piece of linen, which once lined the bottom of that corn kiln used to dry grain so that you don't get ergot poisoning and see witches everywhere. See earlier comment in video. So it dates to the 13th to the 14th century, right? So this is solidly medieval. And what's fascinating about it, other than the fact that I thought it was really cool that they thought to freeze dry it in order to stabilize it, like, archaeologists get to do some of the, try some of the most fun things sometimes.
I.
But it's so finely spun that the threads in the weave, they don't know whether it was warp or weft because they can't tell that, but in one direction the threads are 0.3 millimeters wide in diameter. 0.3 millimeters. So imagine how small 0.3 millimeters is. That is the width of one of the threads in the weave, and the other is 0.48 millimeters, not much bigger. So we're talking super fine thread. I mean, like the finest silk. And this, they're pretty certain that it was locally made because of all the evidence we have of linen production in Waterford, in this part of the world. So as of the 13th and 14th century in Waterford, and of course they're exporting this really fine linen, they are just making this amazingly fine linen that is in demand in other parts of the world.
Mm.
Yeah,
Ooh, and my family making money off that one.
that's right. That's exactly right. Yep. Yeah. So I mean so this is not a picture of the find from Waterford. It's a picture of find from London. Unfortunately, the book didn't, so one of my complaints about the book, two big complaints. They don't provide pictures of all the things they reference. That's annoying.
Okay.
Two, the captions almost never have the dates of things. To find
Mm.
the date of the thing depicted, you have to go trawling through pages and pages of text to find where the picture is actually referenced. And if you're lucky, you can find a date. So if you buy this book or if you read this book, Textiles of Ireland, you will have to be prepared for some user frustration.
Mm.
I guess no one thought that we, the living historians, would care about the actual date and not just that it's from some era in Ireland. So what you're looking at, those are, you've got the sculpture on the right, the sketch of a effigy, tomb effigy on the right, to depict the thing on the left. And the thing on the left are hair pieces. So they actually found hair pieces in Waterford. They found 2 hair pieces of the fake kind that a woman would attach to her head to give herself extra hair to be fashionable. And this is a practice that is done throughout Europe. They did it in
Mm.
England. You can see these 2 little fake front braids that this woman that were made for this woman in London to make braids like you see on the front of that effigy there. There are laws in Italy forbidding the use of fake hair in certain places and saying, well, you can't use, or no, excuse me, additional hair. You can't use real hair, but if you want to make your hair thicker, then you can use yarn or of wool or silk or something like that, right? So there's such a common thing, this using of fake hair or hair augmentation for women to make their hair bigger and better and more beautiful. And here we
Mm.
have in Waterford, they have 2 extant hair pieces that they found that date to the 14th century.
And no laws to stop them. Hoo-hoo.
Now, I haven't looked into it. Maybe I need to reach out to Waterford with its fantastically funded historical records and say, hey, do you guys have sumptuary laws forbidding women from, using silk in their hair or something like that?
I have contacts staying
Right.
behind.
Right.
I have friends.
Exactly. Yeah. See. Okay, Philip, please ask them.
I will, because now I've got these ideas now between the lack of men who have to go back to England and France, and also these what was it? The fact that there's no laws to suppress these women. I just imagine them now dressed completely wild. But that's
Right.
just my
All the
imagination
fabric,
going
all
into
the
it.
hair,
Yeah, and all the silk.
all the silk. It's, yeah, dressed in a pretty splendid way. So yeah, I was pretty excited when I saw these. I know it's not, I mean, it's kind of a textile because it's human hair and, wool is, but yeah, so I was pretty excited. No, so Jan, so you're asking if they were wigs or hair extensions because of the way these were, of course, unfortunately I haven't seen them. I've only read the description, but from the description it sounds like they're hair pieces, like hair extensions, right? So not a full wig. Like one of them seemed to have been actually worked into a bun, and the others seem to have been like preformed, ready to be plaited, like you see this lady has here, right? Is what it seemed like. So not a full wig, but hair pieces, hair extensions. Exactly, Jan. Yep. And who's to say that it's just the women who want fuller hair? I'm not. Men are peacocks too. Maybe maybe they were meant to bulk out a beard. You put it like underneath, pin it into the beard under here, so the
Which
beard is
could
a little
happen. Yeah, it's
fuller,
an
right?
entire thing, especially in the 12th, 13th century. It's an entire status thing in Ireland, and you could see endless amount of depictions of the big, massive beard. So yeah, it's in the realm of possibility. I've seen as well. You've got a picture now of modern day North and South Main Street in Cork, Why are you showing my home?
This is
It's
not
a
a
picture of my
modern
home.
day depiction. This is a 16th century depiction of
Mm,
Cork. And that's because we are moving on to Cork. So I wanted to start by showing people how Cork looked in the late medieval period, apparently.
mm,
So yeah, this is Cork as it was. As you can see, it has its walls, hence the mirage that we've talked about. And it's a very well developed city. So wild Irish, it is not. Yep.
no, I'm not wild.
Pop
They
culture
put me in
Viking
this
beer
cage.
braid. Yep.
Um, Yeah, because this is on the, so just so people know what they're looking at here, from a modern day context, if you look at the map here, well, the drawing, if you look at the right side, that is modern day North Main Street. And then if we look at the left side, that's referred to as South Main Street.
Mm.
And then if we just slightly outside the picture so people know exactly where this is, on South Main Street, it's slightly missing from the picture, but there's actually St. Finbarr's monastic settlement. So there's going to be a bridge on the south side, and then across the way from that is Saint Finbarr's Cathedral is there today, but it used to be a monastic settlement in this period. So if anybody's looking for where this is, it's Saint Finbarr's Cathedral on the map. So if anybody's looking for where that is. But yeah, this is exciting stuff because you can see the trade booths going in and out.
Right. And
So what
you can
clothing's happening here?
right, look at all the waterways, look at all those canals. Are all those canals still there or are a lot of them gone?
Oh, they got rid of all of that stuff. So
Right.
so the only one that's still there today is the river. You can barely see, it's all boggy. Is the river going through South Main? Oh, now we can see it. Now
All
we
right.
can
There
see
we can see the whole thing.
see it
Yeah.
in yeah, yeah. So on the left side of the map, the river that's going through, that's still there. The river that's in the middle between North and South Main Street, that's gone now. That's
Mm.
completely gone. And then the main river, the biggest one of all, is on the north side. So that north side, that's huge today. So you can't miss the river that's going past the north side of Cork, but that's completely gone. And that river that's on the south of the very bottom of this map here, that's completely gone.
Oh,
And that's the
interesting.
same up in the north side. That's completely gone as well. So everything in the middle is completely gone. And the river on the south, that's just a little tiny river now. And the one on the very was it the right side of this drawing here, that's huge. That's a big, massive one today. But
Interesting.
it's back in the day, it was used to bring ships in and out, but it was also used for defensive purposes
Of
as well.
course.
It
Of
made
course.
sieging very insanely difficult. I remember this was fully active both in the Wars of the Roses in Ireland, where the mayor, eventually the Tudors did capture it and they did hang the mayor of Cork. So this is very active during the Wars of the Roses in Ireland, and also very active during the Tudor conquest, where they actually, where the monastic settlement is on the left side of the map, where you can see that tower,
Right.
the Tudors would end up building a massive star fort fortification. And they
Oh,
would
right.
actually point, instead of having the cannons pointed away, they pointed the cannons directly at South Main Street as a warning that if you rebel, we will blow you apart.
Oh,
And
asshole
those
tutors,
cannons are still
man.
there. Yeah, those cannons are still there today. So it was a massive warning with the
Oh,
heads. So they had all those heads on the pikes from the rebellions, both in the Wars of the Roses in Ireland and also during the Tudor conquest. They referred to Cork as the rebel county. So that's where the term rebel county comes from, is during the
oh,
period of the Wars of the Roses in Ireland and during the Tudor conquest. So the Elizabethans, because eventually during Queen Elizabeth, they finally subdued the men of Cork. And so they built up the fort. And then just to add this thing in, they got the cannons, they pointed it towards Cork, all the heads on the pikes,
right.
which you can actually still see
Nice.
today. So they replaced it with wax heads, and they still have the cannons pointed there. So it's definitely worth going up to the fort. The fort's still standing today, by the way, so you can still go up and
Are,
visit it
are the
with the
walls
cannons.
Are the walls still there? Are any of the city walls still extant?
So the walls all got taken down going
Mm,
into the modern period, but
right.
the earlier walls from the High Middle Ages with the arrival of the Normans, that's still intact. And also the walls in the south part, see where that little river is there?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's still intact. And that little tower, you can see a bridge with the little tower bit.
Right.
Parts of that is still intact as well.
Ah.
So you can see bits and bobs of it, but the majority of it was taken down going into the early modern period for modern trade. So they had to take a lot of it down so they can, have the Victorian trade going in and out.
So where is Christchurch? Do you know on this map?
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Christchurch is on the north side there. So you can see a little church. I think that might be
Okay.
Christchurch. I
So
could be
that's
wrong.
relevant because they've done excavations there, and some of the pieces we're going to be discussing are from Christchurch. And then
Mm.
other of the pieces we're going to be discussing were actually found around the city wall at Grand Parade. So those are the two areas that we're going to be focusing on for our continued explorations. So yeah,
And
Cork.
just one more thing there, because
Yes.
somebody's asking for the English market. The English
Oh,
market is,
yes.
go down to the south. It could be 1 second. I think it's in this period, because the south English market moves outside of the walls during the Victorian period,
Ah,
down to the very left. But at this point, the English market would be on the north side of Main Street, on the what was it called? The of this map, it's on the south east side of it. So those buildings there is where you would have had the English markets, and then that gets moved out. So the modern day English market is slightly outside of the walls
mm,
today, on the was it the southeast of this map that you're looking at right here. So it's on North Main Street, on the right side of North Main Street, if you were to walk up the street north. If that makes
right.
sense. I don't know if that makes
Yeah, it
sense,
does.
the way I'm describing it.
Okay, so let's talk about what we found in Cork. Some great things. So that I know, again, archaeologists and historians like me, like fashion historians, we have a lot of imagination, so we can fill in the holes and mentally restore this piece of fabric to its glorious original state. That is actually a piece of tabby silk fabric. Tabby, again, is the weave where it's, 1 to 1, over, under, over, under, over, under, all the way around. And so that is a piece of tabby weave fabric, and it's dates to the 12th to the 14th century. Again, we can't really get more specific than that. I don't think they've tried to carbon date it, so they're going based on the layer in which they found it and the other objects with which they, that they found around it, and the other archaeology in that layer. So this what's interesting about this piece of silk, one, it's silk. That, so they have silk in Cork too. And
Nice.
it's exactly like the silks that we find in the same period in Europe, the extant ones.
Mm,
It they think it is, they I know it looks blue now, but they haven't actually done an analysis on it to determine what its original color is. So I can't tell you, but silks tend to, of course, get the best dye stuffs. You don't use your cheap dye stuffs on silk, right? You're going to use
mm.
Kermes. You're going to use Orkil, right? You're going to use the best and most beautiful colors. It could even be black. It may have even been black, which would have been a really complex process. To get a medieval black, you actually had to do over dyeing. So you'd have an underlayer of madder, and then an overlayer of woad, and then treated with the addition of tannins and oak gall. So it's a lot of dye stuff. It's a very laborious process. That's why black became the most luxurious fabric by the end of the 15th century. So, yeah. Now, what's interesting is there's a will. So Cork also apparently has pretty good records, and this book put me onto that. So now I need to go look at Cork wills. There's an archive that has medieval wills from Cork.
Mm.
And wills are a fantastic source for all kinds of material culture, because it tells us the kinds of objects people had and because they're bequeathing them. So they say, I'm bequeathing my second best bed settle to my cousin, and my first best bed settle to my wife, or whatever. Have you ever read any medieval wills, Philip?
Oh, I was supposed to, and I can't remember which wills I have gone through. But yeah, go on anyway. Elaborate.
Yeah. So there's a will from Cork from 1306, and it actually it's John de Wimbledon,
Ah,
actually John de Winneden, which sounds to me like he's probably English, but anyway, he registered a will in 1306, and it references a debt to a silk merchant, Nicholas Le Mercier. So a foreigner, so Nicolas probably Le Mercier. A mercer is a fabric merchant,
mm.
and an upper end fabric merchant. And so it references a debt to him that needs to be paid should he die. So this is evidence of silk merchants being in Cork, foreign silk merchants being in Cork in a quantity and frequency enough that they're being referenced in wills as debts that need to be relieved upon death.
I wonder if that's a connection then to Brittany, because I know Brittany and Cork are very, very close, and the Fitzgeralds even have around that period. The Fitzgeralds get a they on their Fitzgerald's what was it, St. Patrick's Satire flag, which becomes the main flag for Ireland, representing Ireland and stuff. So on the St. Patrick's Satire flag, which is the banner for the Fitzgeralds, they have the same, you know, those symbols that are on the Brittany flag, those little French symbols.
Right.
They actually get those put onto their main banner as a reference to Brittany. Um,
Oh,
yeah, so there's a massive, very close link between the Desmond Fitzgeralds, which dominate the Cork area, and Brittany. So I do wonder, is there a connection, especially trade connection between Brittany and Cork? Because Brittany still today is really proud of its Irish connection,
it really is.
because of
Yeah.
that Celtic
We're not
culture, as they keep
French.
referring to. Yeah, exactly. So I do wonder, is there a connection there between Brittany and then the wider Frankish world, and also then connecting it then to Cork with the kind of
Right.
Anglo-Irish connection, the Gaelic connection and stuff. That's fascinating to actually find stuff like that. So maybe there is an English influence in there, but there could be a direct connection between Brittany and Cork going on, which I'm excited for, to be honest with you.
Right. I mean, and this is 1306. So,
Yeah.
this is not a recent phenomenon. Cork has had, evidence of Cork's very international ties.
Mm.
And Cork is also the place that passes laws about, you can't sell fabric here unless you're a Cork native, right? You can wholesale your goods, but then the retail end has to be our Cork merchants. So, that's also a sign that there must be a lot of foreign merchants there, because you don't need to
Mm.
pass regulations against conditions that don't exist,
It
right?
makes sense then when the both the Wars of the Roses in Ireland is happening, and you have the Tudor conquest of Ireland. Why Cork is known as the rebel county? Why are they pushing it so much to go independent from the crown once again?
Right.
Now it makes sense. They're making a lot of money. There's a
Yeah.
lot. It sounds like there's a lot of money going on,
It's
especially from the administration side of it. Very, very interesting.
I mean, the second you have a fabric trade in any city in medieval Europe, you're a rich city. Like, you can't.
Mm,
Modernly, we take fabric for granted. We take cloth for granted because it's so cheap to produce now, right?
mm.
And especially with all of the damned synthetics that are ruining our world, literally, it's gotten even cheaper. So your average modern person has no appreciation for the historical value of cloth.
Mm.
Oh, is it ermine? I haven't actually seen the flag of Brittany. Is it ermine? Oh, that's really funny.
That's thanks for that, by the way. Because I'm the one talking about the St. Patrick's Satire flag, especially with the connection with the Desmond Fitzgeralds to Brittany. So thanks very much for that one. That will come in really handy next time I'm giving a tour and stuff on that whole topic.
Okay. So now we're to the silk cord that I was actually talking about, that I was wondering, this doesn't look right. This doesn't look right. Okay. So this is a silk cord that was found in Cork, and it is tablet woven. And for
Mm,
my thread geeks out there, for my really geeky textile lovers out there, it actually has 20 warp threads. And the warp are the threads that run. I just realized we're kind of, hold on a minute. Yeah. And the warps are the threads that run the length of the thing. The weft is the shorter part, right? So the
Mm,
long threads in this are the warp. And there's 20 warps. And that's important because that tells you how wide it is, right? Because the more warp you have, the wider your textile gets. So this is
mm,
what's
mm.
called a narrow-wear, and it's a silk narrow-wear. And it is woven, it is split. 10 of the warp threads are S twist and 10 are Z twist. And remember, that means that they're basically countering each other. So this means that as you're turning these tablets, because to do tablet weaving, you turn tablets to get the pattern in, and that prevents it from getting all twisted and torqued within itself by having those 10 and 10 counterbalance each other. So
Mm.
that's actually pretty innovative in and of itself. Um, and there's actually stitch holes in this. You can't really see them um, in the picture necessarily, but there are stitch holes in this narrowware, which indicate that it was stitched to something else, probably as trim.
Ah.
So then you can imagine that you've got this lovely shiny silk band, and
Mm.
apparently they haven't done a color analysis on this one yet, or maybe never will, because
Oh God,
remember,
no.
analysis like that is destructive, right?
Yeah.
You have to take a piece of it. You can't, you can try chromatography, but it's not going to really do anything without actually, taking a piece. So they try not to do that if they don't have to, and they haven't apparently done that on this. So I don't know what color it was originally. Oxidation could have caused it to go the color it is instead of whatever color it was. But you can imagine silk narrower is shiny, lining the neckline of a tunic or the sleeves. And this one, I don't remember actually how. Yeah, so you can see the scale on it. So that scale, that 0 to 5, so it's 5 centimeters, that little bar down there. So,
Mm.
that kind of gives you an idea of how long it is. It's relatively long. It's long enough to get around a neckline of a pretty a tunic that is maybe not a girdle like this, because this is like a 2 meter neckline or something. But a tunic, you could definitely get around the neckline of a more conservatively necklined tunic. And
Mm.
I included this picture of a pilgrim. So that is a pilgrim that is either St. James or a pilgrim coming back from Compostela, again from one of these tomb frontals in County Clare.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And so I included that for reference on how this cord could have also been used in that pouch, the scrip, the pouch thing he has around his waist, basically, that's kind of slung over his body, his pilgrim's bag. Right.
Mm. Mm.
That narrow could have been used to trim the outside of that. It could have been used as a trim around the flap that closes it. It could have been used to trim the neckline of his garment or the neckline of his tunic or the sleeves of his tunic, as you can see there. So, this, I'm trying to give these pieces some context. We don't know how it was used. We know there are stitch holes, so we know it was stitched to something, probably clothing related, but could also be an accessory like a bag.
It's so fascinating that we're meant to have this image of the backwards Irish. And this is once again, you said Clare, that's O'Brien territory. The
Right,
O'Briens are meant to be the most savage of the lot. And yet, once again, you're showing evidence that that's not the case at all, especially the way they're dressing.
right. No,
And
it's
another key another nail you hit in the head there as well is that you said it was a pilgrim. If we look in the literature as well, we see that the O'Briens are actually taking pilgrimages over to Rome, which is something, by the way, academics are trying to research, because if you're in a comfortable position where you can go on a pilgrimage to Rome, it does show that you have a lot of power and influence, that you're not afraid that your neighbors are about to usurp you, you know.
right. Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, this once again feeds into what academics are trying to work together, of how powerful are the O'Briens, who are meant to be a bunch of backward savages.
Right. Yeah. And I'm really trying to counter that. And this, I know people also, there's a desire amongst some people that they want something to be really Irish, like Irish. And I don't believe, there's always going to be things that will be visually identifiable as Irish, but purely Irish that has no relation to anything else happening in Europe.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Ireland goes through fashion waves. Like right now, we're on the what was it, Irish American fashion wave of most things that happen in Boston and New York that will be brought over between the Irish American wave, and that's the main fashion that's in Ireland right now. So we could call the fashion right now Irish American, but
Right.
it's not Irish fashion that we see in Ireland. You know, that's not the fashion that dominates Ireland right now. It
Right.
is that Irish American fashion. And just going back to the comment section, if we do have any Irish abroad in Australia, in Canada, and over in America, definitely comment where you believe your ancestors are from or whatnot, and we'll
Right.
try to
Yep.
elaborate that, especially if they're from Cork and Waterford, which is where the majority of immigration happened from, which we're actually covering right now. So this whole talk is definitely devoted for you guys in the comment section. So if you are from Waterford and Cork, definitely comment below so we can elaborate on your questions.
I mean, my great grandmother and great grandfather were Irish. They were Murrays.
Oh,
I
nice.
or great. I don't remember where they were from, but he was a notorious drunkard, unfortunately.
No.
Great
Just
great
worked into that
grandfather.
stereotype.
He was so mean. He was so mean that his daughter was walking with her husband one day down the street, and they were approaching him, and she said, "Please, let's cross the street." Like
Yeah.
she didn't want to be anywhere near him.
That's exactly how my mother's grandfather was as well. He was a laborer. He worked very hard for a living and stuff, but he also liked to enjoy a drink. And he was desperately hard on his daughters because he had all daughters. And if they didn't dress appropriately, oh my! Even in public, oh the embarrassment that they had because he
Ugh,
was a very strict man, and he enjoyed the alcohol and he worked hard. He was a laborer, you know, and he brought that attitude over to Manchester as well. And different breed, just a different breed of man. So yeah, I see that with my mother's side as well of the
yeah.
family. Um, yeah.
What's Irish American fashion?
What's Irish American fashion is the influences of fashion that we see coming from the likes of Boston and New York. So we can definitely see a lot of rich kids around the, was it South Dublin area? Where they have that nice posh, especially Kildare as well, where they go over to New York and they have this kind of weird, and they're even the twang. I don't know if you've ever heard the twang, but they have this weird kind of posh New Yorker kind of Irish twang to them. That's definitely not an Irish accent. But they're definitely the ones that bring over the fashion and then dominate the fashion. So if I was to say that Irish fashion right now is of any fashion, I definitely would say it's this kind of Irish American fashion. And it's been there since like the 90s. You know, I know Ireland kind of has its own thing going between the 60s to the 80s and stuff, but definitely in the 90s, this
So,
kind of
so
like
you're
Irish
basically
American.
talking about whatever's fashionable in Manhattan is what people are wearing. Yeah, got
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it. Nice.
That's my interpretation of what's going on anyway.
Okay, so still in Cork.
Nice.
And now we actually get into some exciting things. So what we have here, so this was found excavated in where I guess I'm not certain. I don't know which of the city walls it was. I don't know where Grand Parade is, so I don't know if it's the the older wall that you mentioned that's still there, probably because people built their homes into it, or the later wall that got disassembled. But still,
I
Cork.
think that's the
And
one
what we
on the
have here are not just random bits of fabric, but clear parts of garments that have
Hmm,
seams, that have hems, that have copious amounts of thread in them. So we can't really know which part of the garment it was per se, but looking at the diagram on the left, I would say that the lower garment was in the upper body area. That could be a keyhole neckline. And again, this dates to the 12th to 14th century. They haven't really been able to date it more closely than that. But you could be looking at the keyhole neckline of a tunic, maybe on the
hmm,
lower part, or which the keyhole neckline that stays in fashion in England and mainland Europe until the end of the 13th, early 14th century. So
ah,
that could be those lines that you see through it are places where there are hems and there are
hmm,
seams. And the interesting thing is that all of those, the hem has silk thread and the seams have silk thread. Now, what we're looking at, this is actually wool. So this is a
hmm.
wool garment, but it has been sewn with silk, which definitely tells me it's a upper end item because your average peasant is not going to have a wool tunic sewed with silk. It will be sewed with linen, probably sewn with linen. thread. Silk thread is for the upper, for people with money of some kind or another, whether it's, merchants, or whether we're talking about noblemen or other kinds of aristocrats, clan, chieftains, whatever. They've got to have resources if you're sewing your clothing with silk.
Just to, because I'm about, there's some top names popping into the comments section there, so I feel like I'm going to get bounced. But anyway, please be patient with me, people. I'm going to ask a question. It seems to me that most places in Europe are dominated by a hierarchy. If you look at, like, say, England, for instance, it's dominated
Right.
by the nobles and the kings and stuff. It seems that once the Normans come in, that Dublin, Waterford, Cork, and Galway and Limerick is dominated by the merchants, similar to what we're seeing in Florence. Is that the case? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah. So from what I can tell, the cities, I've looked at Cork, I've looked at Waterford, I've looked at Limerick, Dublin. It definitely seems to be. I mean, Dublin kind of has, they've got the Lord Protector of Ireland. I forget which of the, but anyway, the city itself, yeah, it seems to be dominated by the merchant class. It seems to be very
Okay.
much a burgess class, rather than, I haven't really found evidence of aristocrats beyond
Mm.
the,
Because
head
most
of
of
the church in Ireland,
yeah,
basically.
because most of the nobles, which is the Fitzgeralds, the Butlers, the O'Briens, the O'Neills, they're all outside of the walls. I know the Butlers dominate in Kilkenny, and then the Fitzgeralds dominate in Tralee. But these are kind of like, they're not like major trade areas of Dublin, Waterford, Cork, Galway. They all seem to be dominated by the merchant class, which
Right.
could explain why academics right now are very hesitant to say it's a male dominated society when we see a lot of female merchants that dominate the scene, such as one of the most famous ones, Ellis Kettler. So it
Mhm.
seems to be Ireland in the High Middle Ages and the late medieval period. It seems to be, especially looking at the archaeological finds, a merchant dominated society. I don't know.
Right.
It's
No, I no,
interesting.
I that's from what I've read, it seems to be that seems to be how it is.
Mm,
I've read all these wills, and the wills are all from burgesses, right?
mm,
Burghers and burgesses. So it doesn't, there seems to be, now there are men at arms amongst them, but they
okay.
don't seem to belong to a noble class. They seem to definitely be the middling sort, as it were.
Yeah. Looking at the archaeology evidence is bloody
Yeah.
exciting. Like, I'm
Yeah,
getting
right,
bloody
right.
excited. Yeah, never mind this morning with the Roman finds, but now these 14th, 15th century that indicated a merchant class that can pretty much do what they want with their purple silk in Cork. Like, what the
Right.
hell? Like, honestly, like, merchants, you're going over to Florence and stuff where they're trying to, like, put down these merchants going wild, and then you go to Cork, which is meant to be bogland, and the first thing you're greeted with was a merchant dressed in purple silk. What the hell, Ireland?
Right. Yeah. Um, so this was exciting for me because, details like thread that is used, silk is used on
Mm,
fine woolen garments like those. So for those of you who are recreating medieval Irish clothing, keep in mind that using silk thread with wool is a perfectly authentic application to recreate your garment of choice. Yep.
mm,
So, we talked about broadcloth. The fulling. Broadcloth is wool that has been fulled. And it has been not just fulled. The fulling is where you beat it and you get the fibers to interlock, and the weave gets tighter and tighter and denser. But it's also then subjected to a series of other processes. They literally go through with these evil little plants called teasels, which are like little prickly thistle-like things, and they literally teasel up the fibers so that any fibers that are discontinuous, that have short ends, are raised. And then some poor bastard goes through with shears and shears it. They shear the wool across its entire length. And if you make a mistake when you are shearing the teaseled wool, you ruin the wool, right?
mm, mm,
Because
mm.
you cut too deeply into it or you cut through it. So the process to make a good, shiny, smooth, silky, satiny broadcloth is super labor intensive. And yet, here we have, it is the most expensive, it is the queen of wools. Broadcloth is on par with silk, right? It is That's the level we're talking about. And if any of you have seen the Arnolfini Not a Wedding Portrait, see yesterday's live stream for my discussion on that. The woman, you've got Arnolfini, this Italian merchant in Bruges, and he's there with his wife in this magnificent green gown. And that green gown is broadcloth. That shiny fabric is not silk, that is broadcloth. And here we have an example of an extant piece of broadcloth found in Cork. And apparently, you can't tell in the picture, but apparently it still shines. According to the written description, it's still shiny and as silky and soft as could be, is the way they describe it in the text. Right. And that makes me like, I want to go pet the medieval broadcloth. Why can't I pet the medieval broadcloth?
Stop, I'm afraid it'll fall apart at the same time.
Right? But it's still in good enough condition for them to actually touch it and have been able to touch it and handle it and feel that it is soft and silky and that it still shines. Right. So, this and the word they literally use in the description was lustrous. Lustrous. So interestingly, though, this broadcloth is not a tabby. It is a 2x2 twill, which is curious, right? Because we talked about that's not very common. But they actually managed to do, because it's such a fine piece of fabric, they did microscopic analysis of this piece of fabric, and they were able to actually identify the processing stages that were used to achieve this lustrous comb, because the microscopic evidence, the crime scene evidence of the processing actually showed that it has been napped and sheared and pressed. And napping is where you do that teaseling thing to get all the little short fibers to pop up so that you can then shear it. And then pressing is where you literally like run it through a press of two, either manually with like a wine press. Imagine a wine press or a book press, right? Or you run it through mangles, and it makes it super dense and thin and fine and makes it shine. Like it just makes it lustrous. So this is the part where I tell you that it was in 1242 that the charter in Cork was passed, forbidding foreign merchants from retailing their wares in the city. So
that's so early.
1242.
Yeah, that's the period of Henry III. But that's in the peak of the Lordship of Ireland. That's meant to be when the Normans dominate Ireland. But now you're saying that there's actually forms and stuff coming in to basically give Cork, the men of Cork, full dominance over their own trade.
Yep.
When the English are meant to be dominating Ireland. So God, that gives me a completely different interpretation. But it's also it goes against a lot of the mainstream understanding as well, because, as I was saying there, Isabel de Clare, who is considered an Irish princess,
Right.
She's dominating the administration in Kilkenny around this period as well. And this is just before Ellis Kettler comes in as well, who's another woman that dominates the administration in Kilkenny. So it's very, very interesting that we're not dealing, because the Normans have come in, pushed all these people out, these nobles, and they've gone off to England and France now, that these families that had come down from the Vikings, the Hiberno-Scandinavian families that were married between the Icelandic, Norwegians, and the Irish. These families now dominate Ireland between Kilkenny, Waterford, Dublin, and Cork. No, what I'm saying is simplified history. It's the same thing as turning around and saying, oh, well, we're dealing with a female-dominated society. No, that's not the case. It's actually very, very complicated. But Jesus, very, very interesting. That it gives those opportunities that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, that we have now administration that's being dominated by both men and women who are very switched on with the finance and economics. And given the fact that these people are looking to make a lot of money, sexuality seems to be chucked out the window, to be honest with you.
Right. Pragmatism, baby. It's all about pragmatism, right?
That's it.
So I just, for those of you who weren't there in the earlier part, the piece of broadcloth we were just talking about, the lustrous piece, I love Seamus saying, I could walk around looking lustrous, the women would go wild, right? Absolutely, man. But I wanted to give you some examples of the shapes that this lustrous cloth could have taken. So here we have the Moy gown. Absolutely, this style of gown could absolutely be made from this lustrous broadcloth that we were just talking about, right? Seamus also has a question. Are there any artisans today who have learned those skills? Yes. Yes, there are. In medieval living history communities, I have
Mm,
friends in the SCA, for instance, who do all of that, who do the entire wool production process themselves, unlike medieval people who specialized in one field. Like medieval wool production was so specialized. The person who did the weaving was not the person who did the spinning, was not the person who did the carding, was not the person who did the teaseling or the shearing. Each of those stages of production was one person, one specialist. Well, one
mm.
specialist. But I know people who now do it all. So yeah, yes. What else have we
Seamus is
missed, Philip?
kisses towards me, is it? Thanks, Seamus. Thanks for Egypt, by the way. Just to Jesus, that cough. 1 second. Let me just clear that out. Sorry about that. Right.
Yeah, powerful
Thanks.
merchants isn't a good sign for a society given the transactional mentality, in my opinion. It depends. I'm not if you read the way merchants in Italy are writing, for instance, it's transactional, but they also feel connected to their community and they feel bound to their community. So I think it depends on your era in question, right? I'm talking 15th, 14th, 15th century, right? I do agree that as society develops on and mercantilism kind of spins out of control basically to the point of being unfettered capitalism. I think when the merchant class gets divorced from the community is when that really starts to become a problem in my reading
Mhm.
of history anyway. Yeah.
That relationship as well, someone pointed out about the merchants, the Cambro-Normans and the Anglo-Norman merchants. It's complicated because of marriage alliances that happened just before the invasion of 1169. So we have, even before the Normans invade Ireland, we have marriages going on, political marriage alliances that are happening on purpose, that they're doing it to ally themselves with the invading Normans. So just before the invasion happens, the Cambro Normans actually marry into Hiberno-Scandinavians and Norse Gaelic families in the Isles between Ireland and Scotland, the Isle of Man, and also around those areas around Waterford and stuff. So although there is Ustmen, as they're referred to in literature, that are pushed out and they build what they call Oxman towns. So if you live somewhere in Ireland that's called Oxtown, that's where Ustmen, who were kicked out, Hiberno-Scandinavians that didn't want to ally themselves with the Normans, they left and built those little towns and stuff. But at the same time, it's much more complicated because of various marriage alliances that were going on. And also after the invasions, you're going to have Hiberno-Scandinavians that are like trying to worm themselves back into the society and stuff so they can go back to making maximum profit.
Right.
So it's not a case of the Normans come in and they just wipe out the old Hiberno-Scandinavian merchants. If they did that, they wouldn't be able to make money because a lot of the Normans going in, even the people involved with the economic and finance, don't truly understand what's going on. That's why they have to build a relationship with Hiberno-Scandinavians that are just out to make money, let's be honest.
Right.
So those opportunities are in there. And then to kind of put the nail on the head, marriage alliances kick off. So there's marriage alliances even before the Norman invasion. At the same time, people who point out, hey, look, there's Usman that are kicked out, Irish Vikings are kicked out of Dublin, Waterford, and Cork. Yeah, that did happen. It did fully happen. There's large amounts of merchants that are kicked out. But at the same time, both the Normans need to understand the economic and finance so they can make money. And you have Hiberno-Scandinavians that even before the invasion were jumping in bed so they could then take over pretty much all the investments and profits that are in Cork. So it's
Right.
much more complicated, especially when money's involved.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, I history is rarely ever as simple as just a yes or a no.
Yeah, it's we do like to romanticize it from a nationalist perspective. However, even today, we can see in our own government, there's people very quickly are selling out, and switching sides.
Right. Yeah. Well, back to the period before that happened.
Uh,
So, Philip, what do you think these lovely little little dainties before your eyes
Oh,
are?
I
What would you?
actually seen these last night. It's something to do with weaving, isn't it? Or something to do with no. Oh God, I
Yeah,
seen these last night. I should know. It's something to do with making clothing. I know that. It's not buttons, is it?
they're buttons. Yeah,
Oh, God damn it!
they're
I was
buttons.
going way up there on the wild side with buttons. Oh well.
They are buttons. Yep.
God
So
damn
these
it.
beautiful, but these are gorgeous. Oh my God, stunning. Talk about hand wrought buttons. So
Mm,
so they are basically they are made by taking a thin metal wire core, manually wrapping a wire around that to make these long coils, and then taking those coils that you have produced and crafting them into this basket woven shape that you see there.
mm.
So each one of those buttons is probably dozens of hours of work.
Yeah,
Just to make the
hours I
button.
don't have.
Yeah, so these are a copper alloy, and the wire is made by drawing and flattening. So right about this time, there's actually this transition in wire making. They used to like hammer out sheets of metal, and then they would use a sharp implement to cut that into strands. And
Mm.
someone realized at some point that you could, if you wanted to make foil, someone realized at some point that you could actually just draw wire and then hammer it to flatten it, which is way easier. This is hammered and flattened, the part that coils around it. So it's not as stupidly laborious as it could be. They're copper alloy. There seem to be no traces of any gilding, but I would be shocked if these weren't originally gilt in some way. I
Mm.
would just be very shocked because, people like their bling and the level of craftsmanship, the time that just goes into making these in the first place. It doesn't make sense to me that you would just leave it as a copper alloy. That doesn't track to me.
Yeah, especially when you got all those fancy outfits kicking about Cork.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Now these have been dated, they think anyway, as much as you can reliably date metal to the 13th century. Metal you can't really carbon date because you're going to get like the birth of the earth or something like that. But so these were found in a group like that. So they're they weren't, it's not like they found individual ones. They were found together, clumped together, basically as you see them. What they don't know, and they can't really tell, they haven't been able to ascertain, is whether these were made locally or if they're an imported luxury good. Apparently there aren't records of the kinds of craftsmen who would make this kind of thing in what the records we have for Cork, or even for maybe the greater Ireland abroad. So there is some suspicion that this might be an imported luxury good.
For Cork, I would think so, because if anyone has been to Norton South Main Street, it's not that big. And it seems to me Cork specialised more on the trading side
Mm,
rather than the crafting side, compared to Dublin and
right,
Waterford, that has the size for the craftsmen to work with.
right,
I think Cork is specifically specialised on, because it's in a, how we would say, a tactical, really good position on the
right,
map.
right. Yeah,
It's great for bouncing trade. And you can see, by the way, as somebody pointed out there, it's the Venice of Ireland, the way the rivers are connected to fly through it and stuff. But it doesn't have the space and the room for all those craftsmen to be working with. So I definitely would agree. It does seem to be something that may have been most likely imported into Cork.
so the reason I went back to this picture is so that you could see a possible application for those buttons. If you look on our patrons, our the gentleman from Clare, from County Clare, possibly from Limerick, who
Mm.
is kneeling there. If you look down the front of his coat, COTE, the overgarment he's wearing, you can see the row of buttons going down the front. And if you look on his sleeve, this bent up arm, the one that's on the left, you can see buttons there. So it is possible that these buttons, even though these ones date to the 13th century, there's no, we have buttons from London, actually from the 14th century, like that.
Mm.
So it is possible that such buttons could have been worn on a garment like this, very much like the one we see here, to kind of put that into context. But it definitely shows, again, how interconnected Ireland was, how, Cork, as you said, is this big trade port, this thriving trade hub. And, they're getting in these luxury items that we have thankfully, have magically survived. Right.
It's absolutely amazing, because I wasn't expecting to do this presentation today and leave this presentation with a completely different interpretation of medieval Ireland. And Jesus Christ, now I don't even have I'm bewildered. Like, from the Roman finds this morning to now looking at this, as maybe the economic golden age didn't quite end with the Norman invasion of Ireland. Maybe we need to reassess what exactly happened with this Norman invasion into Ireland.
Right. And it's, exactly, like, we have to reconsider Ireland's role in Europe, how the Irish actually left. They went into Europe and they came back, right? They're not just
Yeah.
trapped up on an island, wandering around in nothing but a cloak in the mud. Right. And this is just to illustrate how to highlight Cork's internationality. Cork, we have records of wine coming in from France. We have lots of records of fabrics being imported, and now we found them in the soil. Right. So Cork and Waterford, Dublin, Limerick, all of these cities are just super connected. And Cork is so so connected as to be organized with murage and with guilds and fabric production. It's textile production. It's much more than I learned so much by reading this book. I really did. It completely changed the way I view medieval Ireland, really. So we're going to leave Cork. We have one example from Dublin, and this one is really important because this is a piece of wool. And yes, I know it's like any other piece of wool. I care less. It's a twill weave. But what's important about this is that it has stitches. It actually has not only thread, but actual stitches. And so what this tells us is that some of the possible stitches they were using, for the people who do sewing out there, and I'm sorry I didn't include an actual diagram, there are back stitches and there are whip stitches in this little piece of wool. So again, this is what textile remnants can tell us. We have statuary like the lady on the right, and I'll talk about her in a moment. And then we have little extant bits. And so from that extant bit, we get the idea of construction. We can use whip stitches. We can use back stitches to put things together. We can use wool as a fabric. And then the statuary tells us the shapes in which those fabric remnants may have once had. And that lady on the right, she's not actually from Dublin. That's from a tomb of like a remnant of a church that was probably destroyed by Henry VIII, I'm going to assume. That dates to about 1400. And this I think this is also up in County Clare. It might be County Mayo as well, but I'm pretty certain it's County Clare. But what this shows you is how an Irish noblewoman, or a well-heeled woman, whether noble or upper merchant class, whatever, someone with money, not a peasant, not someone digging for peat bog, bog peat. I mean, you can see how an Irish woman dressed, and she's not very different from her English brethren, from her French brethren or sisters, her English sisters or her French sisters. Right. She's got a really lovely gown. There's a nice pendant on her sleeve from, this fabric hanging down from her elbow, basically. She's got those braids like we saw from the fake hair example from London. Right. So this gives you an idea of Irish women's clothing in about 1400. So again, not naked, not wearing nothing but a cloak, but wearing a very sophisticated ensemble indeed.
And of the fashion.
Yeah. So the wool fragment is 11th to 12th century. That dress is from 1400. But even though it's an 11th to 12th century fragment of fabric, that's still the kind of wool we do find later on and could have been used to make that kind of garment. Yeah. So, it's this whole going, this research this journey of learning that I've been undergoing for a while has really opened up my eyes in a lot of ways.
It's opened up your eyes. What you put my eyes? I thought I knew Irish medieval history. Now I just have to cancel my channel.
Nah, history is learning. It's always,
uh,
besides, now we can do new videos that correct the old
well,
videos.
that's it. That's it. Merchants, how they ran Ireland.
Right. Oh crap, I see I've missed a whole bunch of comments. Let me see. Oh, back to the buttons. Would they have had a lovely copper sheen, or is the alloy naturally oxidized?
Well,
Those buttons, for certain, they would have originally been they would have had a sheen originally, of course, but the copper, it does oxidize to green eventually. So, but it's possible to clean them back up so that, yeah, they could have had a nice sheen. But I just feel like gilding is just the next level thing you do in medieval decorative bits. A lot of the other copper alloy items we find in other parts of Europe that are fashion items tend to have evidence of gilding on them that has, worn away or whatever over time. Yeah. Were studs in use as well as buttons, or less so? Studs. It depends on what you mean by studs, Jan. If I'm trying to think of what. So are you talking about like cufflink studs? Yeah, are we talking about cufflink studs? In which case I haven't seen evidence of that anywhere in medieval Europe yet that I can think of offhand. And definitely not in Ireland. Doesn't mean it. I just haven't found the evidence myself. But clarify if that's what you meant by studs.
The Dublin wool looks like pretty weave.
Yeah, this little guy. Yeah, it is it is a pretty lovely twill weave. That piece of wool.
And just for all my Celtic fans out there, that's not plaid or anything, is it?
Nope, it is not. That is twill.
All right.
It is possibly a two-tone twill where, one color in one way, one color in the other. It is not plaid. That is a twill.
Okay.
The word plaid doesn't seem to become used for color for a fabric pattern until like the 18th century.
Okay.
Because before that, plaid just means a blanket.
Okay. So when we're dealing with the fashion style that I see in the Iberian Peninsula, that kind of tartan style, what do we refer to that as at the time?
Checked. It's usually called checked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Checked.
And even the word tartan is in the medieval, the English word tartan does not mean a pattern. It means a kind of silk, actually.
Okay. Okay, that's very interesting.
Tartan. It's got kind of different versions because 15th century English and 15th century Scots is not standardized. But yeah, you could call that checked. Sometimes in the inventories, the fabric is just outright described as, red and white striped, or
stripes,
whatever.
So we refer to it as
the inventory is the problem with clerks, is that their goal is not necessarily your goal as a fashion historian, right? We want to know the exact details, and for the clerk, they just needed enough information to identify the thing. So if it was enough to say red and white striped and have it be clear what it was, that's all they put.
Yeah. You could just imagine my wife after 12 hours. Yeah, I can see why she was writing like that.
Right? Yeah.
It says stripes right next.
Right next. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
It's silk next.
Yeah. What more do you want?
So we're going to close up with my big objection in this. There's an article. There's an article that she wrote in 2000. Elizabeth Wenkett wrote in 2004, I think. It's been a while, on Margaret Fitzgerald's tomb. What can you tell us about her tomb? Margaret Fitzgerald, just so everyone knows, that's the effigy on the right. What can you tell us about Margaret Fitzgerald?
Oh God, you caught me off guard with Margaret Fitzgerald now. Is that on the left? Is that a portrait of Silken Thomas? Just out of curiosity.
No, that's Piers Butler.
Pierce. Oh, the Butlers.
Yeah.
And okay, so she has marriage alliance with the Butlers.
Yeah, exactly.
That's her
very,
son. Very interesting.
That's her son.
Oh, that's her son as
Yeah.
well. Ah, that's very interesting. And I'm assuming that's the Kildare Fitzgeralds as well, who were married into the Butlers and stuff. And I'm assuming this is around the late 15th century, the early 17th century, sorry, the early 16th century.
So this is going to shock you. That effigy dates to 1541.
1541.
Yeah.
That's pushing it, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So they were the Earl of Ormond. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the Earl
Right.
of
Yeah.
Ormond
The
in
Earl. So
Kilkenny.
she's the Countess of Ormond, right?
Mm,
Um, so she marries into the Butler clan. But she's a Fitzgerald. Yeah. So that effigy dates to 1451 or
yeah,
1541. Sorry, 1541.
yeah.
And I've included a picture of her son there because her son goes and joins the court of Henry V.
Mm,
And that's a portrait done by Hans Holbein of him, a watercolor study of
mm,
her son at the court of Henry VIII. And as you
yes.
can see, he has gone full Henrician,
Mm,
right?
mm, mm.
He could practically be Henry's cousin, right? Like he even has a red beard, right? You know, he is gone full Tudor, um, and has no problem being fully Tudor in
Mm,
his
mm, mm.
attire.
Well, the reason for that is because at the time, the Butlers were actually a direct relation to Anne Boleyn. Anne Boleyn and the Butlers were actually cousins. They were very, very close. So it makes sense for a member of the Butlers to rock up to Tudor court, exactly identical to the Tudors, to show, hey, look, we've got that family link with Anne Boleyn and stuff. And I think this is the point where the relationship between Anne Boleyn and Henry VIII has gotten complicated, hasn't it?
It
Around
ha-
1541.
I think she's dead already.
Oh, she's dead. Well, it's very complicated now.
I think I think she's moved on at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, that relationship is now quite complicated.
I think she's dead at this point. Um, but so apparently, Elizabeth Wencott looked at this effigy of Margaret Fitzgerald and said, well, obviously Irish noblewomen in the 16th century are still dressing like noblewomen did back in the 15th century.
Mm,
And this whole article, the reason I brought this up is this whole article just makes me angry
yeah.
because it seems to ignore the idea. It seems to ignore the idea that art does not always reflect the actual reality of fashion in the era in which the piece was created, in this case, when the effigy was carved. And
Mm.
it ignores the idea that, especially in effigy sculpture, can be highly stylized and formalized to the point where it's no longer a question of
Ah.
depicting a real person. It's just, this is the style we have now for effigies.
Okay, that bangs in the head because even before, was it 1541? We have in around 1490, during the period of the Wars of the Roses in Ireland, we have paintings of the Fitzgeralds, and they're wearing the fashion that's in English court as well. So
Right.
but and yet we have effigies that show an arcane Ireland. That's going to annoy the armorists because a lot
Yeah.
of armor people are arguing that all of the armor, the Anglo-Irish armor, is arcane. But if you're turning around and saying that the women's clothing is not depicting the clothing that we're seeing in the paintings, that's going to annoy the armorists. You're making enemies, Rachel.
I know I am. So what irritates me about this whole article, she talks about making a reconstruction of Margaret's gown. And I'm like, no, that was never a gown. We have no
Mm,
evidence that that's a gown. We have depictions of Irish women, like living Irish women, not the dead ones on effigies from the 16th century, actually a shocking number of them. None of
mm,
them are wearing anything that looks like this. None,
mm,
not a
mm,
single one. That is fashionable. That was fashionable even in Ireland, by the way, because the tomb effigy there in the middle, that
yeah,
is an Irish tomb effigy from the 1440s. And you can see the
1440.
same headdress, the same
Ah,
style of gown, right? And so I think I'm pretty certain what happened is that for whatever reason, and I haven't dug more deeply into this from the art history side of it, for whatever reason, effigy sculpture just kind of petrified at a certain point.
mm,
It stopped depicting what people actually looked like when they died, or what they were wearing when they died, or the armor they wore when they fought in battle, or even if they fought in battle. And it just started, this is the form. This is what you get depicted in.
It's interesting that they're romanticizing 1440 when Seamus Butlers and the Fitzgeralds are very, very close, because that's the period of James the Usurper Fitzgerald and James the White Earl Butler, who were very, very close. So it could be resembling, the kind of peak of the Irish Parliament when it was very much divided away from the Tudors, perhaps. But then we're trying to highlight the fact of the Butlers and the Tudors being together, so maybe that's not fully the picture. My imagination is just going walls right now.
Right.
But it is very interesting that they are romanticizing 1440 with a lot of stuff going on in Ireland at that time of the late, because this is the Gaelic resurgence has happened. Most of Ireland is very independent from the English crown right now
Right. They're
in
trying to be in
1440.
every way they
Yeah.
can.
So it's very interesting that this is meant to be an image that because I know this because I made the argument that perhaps they didn't actually wear that armor at the time, and it's perhaps armor to highlight for cattle raiding, because that armor is very good for cattle raiding, and you do see depictions from the Burkes wearing that armor to go cattle raiding and stuff inside of Ireland. So it could have been an image for other Irish people. So that effigy could be a symbol for other Irish to understand, but not for outsiders.
Right.
So yeah, you have my imagination going 1,000 miles an hour right now, Rachel.
Yeah. So so it's like, I always talk about the trifecta, the trinity of fashion
Mm,
study, and that is, you want your visual sources, you want your archaeology, and you want your documentary evidence, and that will allow you to understand the full picture. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Wenkit really only looked at the picture. As far as I
mm.
can tell, she didn't actually examine any documents relating to Margaret Fitzgerald, no expense accounts, no inventories, or anything even parallel in that time to other parts of Ireland. So she doesn't actually have any idea what was actually being made or worn. She's just going based on this sculpture. And ladies and gentlemen, artists are creative. Artists use art to tell certain stories, to convey certain messages, and through certain symbolism. So art is not always representative. So just don't assume that it is.
Okay. Hopefully there's more to come out with that one, because big statements coming out of Rachel right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I just very much doubt that Margaret. And there's another effigy like this style of effigy goes all through the 16th century, and we have depictions of women from the 1590s. In John what's his name, John Deere, no, John Derrick's
Mm, mm, mm.
uh, travel log about Ireland, right? He has all these drawings of men and women not actually wearing clothes, not just being naked, and none of the women are dressed like Margaret Fitzgerald here. So
Yeah.
I'm 99% convinced that this was just an artist convention, for a sculptor's convention,
I
for whatever reason,
yeah,
whether it's to harken back to the ancientness of your line, of your noble lineage, maybe.
I think you're bang on
Um,
right. Mm.
right? But you can't, I would never look at this and say, this is how Margaret Fitzgerald actually dressed. We need to now recreate this. And
Because
especially if you look at like the details of the headdress, which is an escoffion, actually not a hennin at all. Um,
mm,
in the French, it's called an escoffion. In the English, they just called them bonnets. Like, we don't know what what the specialized word was, but it's so stylized that it doesn't even look like a real headdress anymore, because the tomb effigy in the middle there, that's from the era when that style of headdress was actually fashionable, and that looks like something you could actually comfortably wear on your head. That thing on the right, that would give you'd get a headache and a hell
yeah,
and a
big
half from
time.
that thing.
Because the thing is that even when we go into the period of both the Wars of the Roses in Ireland between 1450 all the way up to around 1490, and then going into the Tudor conquest of Ireland, the Fitzgeralds and the Butlers, they're fully active in the French and English court, and also to the Scottish court as well. And in
Right.
all those times they're inside the court, they have to be fashionable. They're going in there with the latest fashion and stuff. And that's the same thing when it comes down to the counter argument to the armor as well. The Fitzgeralds and the Butlers, they're active in both France and England, so they needed. And I've made this conversation as well with other people who specialize in armor as well. They had to. No one's turning around and saying, "Hey, wait, they're wearing arcane armor that doesn't
Right.
work in France and England." no, their armor is adjusted for the warfare in France and England.
Right.
Now, I kind of made the argument that perhaps maybe they adjusted the armor for cattle raiding in Ireland, and that's probably what it is. It's probably, maybe this is going back to the Gaelic resurgence, and they're romanticizing the Gaelic resurgence, especially with cattle raiding, because cattle raiding is always meant to go back to the romantic Irish
Right.
days, you
The
know,
good old days.
especially when they're holding these big festival assemblies around May 1st, with this big, massive, as we were saying, with two bonfires to bless the cattle and stuff.
Right.
It may be the Fitzgeralds and the Butlers were rocking up to these assemblies dressed in, the clothing of 1440 to romanticize this golden age of Ireland, and then harking back again to the period
Could
of the saints and
could
scholars and
could
stuff.
could well be. I mean, there's a lot of evidence of I mean, yeah, lots of evidence of costumes. I mean,
Yeah.
medieval people also wore costumes, like actual costumes, like fancy dress costumes, where such and such is dressing like Alexander the Great, and this other person is dressing like Julius Caesar, and this person is dressing like Charlemagne, right? So and their idea of what historic garments were was not necessarily, or most likely not, any more accurate than what your average American would think people wore in the 12th century, right?
Mm, mm,
So there's, yes, it could absolutely be a version of fancy dress, of trying to connect themselves to a more glorious past. But that's where the archaeology really needs to come in, and where documentary evidence needs to be. So in the case of armor, like, I would want to know, well, what are the extant armor bits we have? What do they say? What story does
mm.
that tell? What about the expense accounts? What about bills from armor makers? What do we know about the technology for making armor in Ireland? Like, that's where I would start looking to try to inform whether it's real or not.
I woke up this morning, my head blown from all the finds from the Roman site. Now I'm going into a point of the merchants controlled Ireland, and now I finally got to a point where the Fitzgeralds and the Butlers were doing living history themselves in
Right.
1541, and I'm just like, huh?
Talk about
What's going
meta.
on?
Talk about meta. Here we are portraying people in the 15th century who were portraying people in ancient Rome.
I don't know what next. Where's this conversation going next? What's your next
Right.
slide? Yeah, bell beaker people. Yeah, that's the next one there in the comments section with Seamus there. Yeah, we have people in the Viking Age
The
dressing
auroch
up as bell beaker
wrestling.
people. I don't
That
know
is-
what's going to go happen next.
The auroch wrestling. Fantastic. Oh my God. I don't want to be that person. No aurochs for me. Thank you. I'm good. Oh my God. Okay. Well, that is my presentation for the day.
What? I was expecting
And oh,
another
right.
switch.
So I included this in, right. So I wanted to show you, we have lots of imagery of how 16th century Irish may have dressed, possibly.
Mm,
Of course, it's all by people who weren't Irish, these drawings, but the point is that it looks nothing like anything that Margaret is wearing.
mm, 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 mm.
Nothing at
Because
all.
on the second image, I wouldn't say it's the best image of a woman, but
It
on the
isn't.
second one, we do actually have a camp follower. So she is following the Gallo Glass and Kearns that we can see in the image.
Right.
And you know the name, don't you? I hope you know the name. Do you know the camp followers for the German mercenaries? I can't remember what they're
So
called.
that modernly they're often referred to as Kampffrau.
Yeah.
But that's not a historic term, apparently.
But they would be the camp followers. So this woman here, this
Yeah.
poor woman, is making a living following these men, and basically, she would, bath them and look after their clothing and
Feed them
take
and
care
that
of their
kind of
needs.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that kind of stuff. And she's trying to make a living doing that kind of stuff, and so that's how she dresses. Now she's a woman who's desperate. She's forced into this. She has nowhere to go. That's why she's following this Gaelic mercenary company.
Right.
So even a person of low status here, that poor woman, because she doesn't even look like she has an under tunic on over her cloak.
Yeah,
So God
and
knows what was
who knows
happening.
how accurate any of these depictions are. They're all by
Mm,
foreigners, right? So
yeah, well, that's that as well.
there's always that question of what is their angle? What are they?
Yeah. But
You know,
like at the same time, if his angle was to show, hey, look how savage this Gaelic mercenary company is to their women. Look what the
right,
German mercenaries are doing, and the English mercenaries are doing to their camp followers. You know, the life of a poor camp follower was horrible. Like, so so my main point to this was just to point out, hey, look, she's of the fashion as well. You can see wear a nice little hat there. That it's not something that's very what was it called, 15th century, well,
right,
early 15th
right,
century. That it is a cap from the 16th century. So even a poor woman of low status who's trying to get by as a camp follower even has a fashionable hat of the period,
right.
from what I
Yeah,
can see.
yeah. So yeah. Okay, yeah, that's it. So in summation, Ireland was connected. It was very sophisticated. It had sophisticated systems and institutions to engage in international commerce and textile production of a luxury level.
Hmm.
And for those who don't know, I forgot to mention the brat. So
Oh
you
yeah.
know, the Irish mantle is, of course, it's not this. It's not like this unchanging thing that is the same from the 5th century to the 16th century. Not at all. But
Hmm.
in about the 13th century, it develops the version that was being produced in the 13th century develops a reputation on mainland Europe. And so by the 14th century, we have all of these. We have multiple expense accounts like Italy, France, talking about purchasing an Irish mantle, a mantella de Hiberne. And it's a luxury item. There's something special about it that makes people on the continent want to own one.
Although
And
it's banned by the English in 1356 with the Statutes of Kilkenny.
right, right. So
Yeah.
so you know, it's well, actually, so that statute, it doesn't exactly ban it. It's very interesting. It the statute that I read basically says that you can't wear it as your main daily garment, which doesn't mean you can't wear it. So you have to wonder what that language actually means. Like, what does that
Does
mean in
that
practical
mean
terms?
you
Yeah.
can't wear it in the Irish Parliament? Because I know there's one thing of a bunch of Irish men. They were Gaelic men, and they went to the Irish Parliament, and they were this whole written thing. I can't remember what the actual source is, but they were constantly bitching about wearing the English dress for Irish Parliament, and at the moment they left Parliament, they literally stripped down their clothes and put back on their Gaelic, their native clothes that would have
Right.
kept them comfortable. Because of how uncomfortable English clothing was to them. And it would do. Like our Irish climate and temperature is completely different to England. So
Yeah.
that's why they would have straight away put back on their warm clothing again to keep themselves nice and comfortable. Um, yeah, but it's just funny. It could have been just the fact that it was banned from the Irish Parliament. If that's the case, that's
Right.
my interpretation.
Yeah, it's really, oh, apparently my microphone must have died a while ago. Well, hopefully people have continued to hear me anyway. So if
I can hear you. That's the main thing.
there's been a change in sound quality, it's because we switched from my Lavalier to my, we've been on over 4 hours. Apparently I hit the shelf life
Yeah, I
button,
know, right?
battery life on my mic. Okay, well then, yeah, that's it. My takeaway is Ireland was intensely connected for a very long time, had very sophisticated institutions, had sophisticated textile production industry, and definitely liked to dress nicely.
I
And in
think
all the ways.
Seamus. I think Seamus wants to start another war in the comment section. So before Rachel explodes, because that's one of Rachel's field, we'll quickly wrap it up, guys, and start
Yeah.
running. Okay, guys. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you,
And
everyone. Don't forget to like and subscribe and leave an emoji after the video posts. Bye, everyone. Thank you for joining us
bye.
today.
See you. And Rachel, thanks very much for hosting me.
Oh, no, thank you for coming on. This has been great.
Oh, thank you. Okay, see you when I see you guys.
Ciao.
Sloan. Bye now.